because they really patrol that because it's supposed to be right when towns in the mall. So they were great. So they really watch for the speed and the stop signs. Boy, every week we were all pounding everything. But, well, the last thing I want to see, I'm four-wheeler they know that it doesn't bother me because there's enough all the
Hi, Sarah Clavens from the Department of Tourism. Beverly. All right. Nice to meet you. So that means you're a tavern owner? Where? Okay, nice. Well, I know pretty much where everything is in the state, so I know right where you are. Good to meet you. Well, I don't know if that's true or not. Well, this is one of my favorite groups, and in fact, today's my wedding anniversary, and I'm here instead of at home. So what does that tell you? Madison. Yeah, but that's okay. I'll get there this afternoon. You know, 34 years is a long time, so just one more day doesn't matter, or half a day. Yep. Yeah. No, shoot. Not too many trails open right now. Yes, you are this place. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, up there, the whole tournament. You won. You won. Oh, I do too. That's yes, and congratulations. Of course, we knew it was gonna. And I got your letter about the moon. And I'll write that. I know. And it's very nice. Of course, I know. And when I was
You're not going to win
the ride.
too far away. Yeah, right. 50 miles?
Hi, how are you? Good, good, good.
What's that? Good man. Keep coming back.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
I do. I used to I'm from O'Connell County. That's kind of surprising. I'm a tavern owner, a little tavern. I used to sell 2 bars in Anvil, and now I own one open. So we have a very good four-wheeler out by us in National Forest and stuff. So that's one of the reasons I'm here, economic part. You can look at that both ways. So let's just say I think that's a fortunate thing, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we try to do a good job for everybody. That's where I was born and raised. Make sure you tell me. I just don't get the end of the Mike, doing good. That's right. How you doing, John? I'm surrounded by mics. Yep, you are. And a Michelle, too, so watch out. I'm feeling disgusting.
John, I don't think we've met. Michelle,
Like we said, that's not where my children are. That's not their culture. No, that's hilarious. I try not mine in my vehicle. Whoever calls me can I'm doing phenomenal. Even, I mean, and it's a little bit of our culture in our store because we have some young guys that's what we do. So anyway. They like that off-trail stuff. Yeah, well, they like them sport bike riders. They like to look like they're going 100 even though they aren't going 100.
Morning. How are you?
Morning. You made it.
Hi, my love. How are you? Wonderful. Now that I've made it down here this morning. Good. Good morning. How are you?
The reason I asked is we're off
Are we on, Adam?
which of course isn't a surprise.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Good morning, Wausau. I couldn't think of that name of that other one. So,
Okay, I got Randy.
you can be seated, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Turn all your cell phones off.
I'm your game show host.
Let's make a deal.
Yeah, let's make a deal. Probably not, but I'd like to welcome everybody. Sure, everybody gets seated. If we need more chairs, we have that on standby. We got some up front. Nobody wants to sit by Jeff. I don't know what the deal is, Sarah. She's the new guy. Well, all right, now there's a sympathy setter.
He's friendly. I've sat by him before. I don't have any bike marks.
But we made sure that it snowed yesterday. We have that much control with our friends at AWSC. Said no snow today. So I think we've got that out of the way. For those that don't know, my name is Randy Harden, the president of the Wisconsin ATV-UTV Association, hosting our first ever recreational economic summit. So I thought I'd better give a few house rules, meaning where the restrooms are, all important. Straight through that hallway is one set. You go down that hallway and turn to the right, it's a second set. Go down that hallway and turn left, and there's a third set. So we're not like the Chicago Cubs. If you follow sports, they don't do well with restrooms. We do that well here with the plaza. We have coffee in the back. We have water on the other side. We hope to go to about 12:30. Those that signed up, we have some lunch in the next room. That's a lot of stuff to remember, isn't it? Man, I'm becoming a bureaucrat. No, I didn't mean that. I did not mean that. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so that's kind of the layout there. We have some guests here that I want to be sure that I introduce, but I want to tell you how we think this will go. Yesterday, this is our annual 3-day event. Yesterday, we had a Trail Patrol Ambassador Program training, which has been the mainstay of our organization for many years, since 2001 and 2. So that chart over there, I thought it'd be interesting to see. The orange bar graph lines are the number of hours that our volunteers have put in, and the blue line is the number of hours. So there's over 50,000 hours of donated time and over 500,000 miles out there on the trail that our volunteer program has put together. So all the other post-it notes are from the interactions that we had. Then we'll get to these guys in a minute. Heading back over here, we got the 3 main panels that we're going to talk about, and I'll catch that in a minute. But over here, to the side there, you'll see some pictures. And our new logo, thanks to what we picked up from our Department of Tourism, is what sells. People want to know where to ride, and they want to know it's fun. So that's our marketing campaign that we took the lead from our marketing branch and said that's where we're going to have it. So the map next to it is our new map. of our statewide riding system, and a lot of what everybody's going to be talking about. There's a trail network, which is made up of trail system, the dirt, the trails. And then there's the road routes. So a trail, a route is a trail system going to somewhere. So that's the main part. I wanted you to see that new map. Now we have some clubs here. The Kettle Marine Club has got their information. We got riding areas there. There's a big event going up in Tomahawk in October. Dick Decker, hey Dick, raise your hand there. They got a big new ATV, UTV event happening in Eagle River at the Eagle River world-class facility. That's in August, am I correct? So we got a lot of information there. If you go around the back of the room, for those that aren't able to stay this afternoon, we're going to be talking about another additional program that we're implementing called Trail Town. We talked about it some last year. We've been testing it. We have 30 businesses on board. In fact, we got two of our Trail Town members are on this panel. But it also includes some signing changes. Also, you'll see a little, our new camera and our drone. We've been getting a lot of great trail footage, a lot of promotional stuff. He had the picture up, but our drone pilot is over here, also manning the mics. Out in the parking lot, you saw, where's Dennis Becca? We had Nortec with trail equipment. As you move over here, and part of a main theme, while I want to end it up over here, you got Syracuse Park and the trap shooting, world-class trap shooting in Adams County. But then those prizes there. You see that all the guys that are a WATVA Novus leadership team are usually in red. Stand up so everybody knows who the team is here. So Terry, Jeff, Greg, Adam, Ann's not standing. She's doing something on her phone. Hank,
Oops,
Naomi, but it's business, I'm sure. And then Naomi, stand up. Stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up. Okay, she's
stand in the chair.
And Kim from our office is there. So, and if you need any help around for different things, kind of look those up. We got Rob up here and Hank Wozniel. He wanted to be promoted from special projects coordinator. He wanted to be called a policy advisor. Then the pressure happened. He says, I don't want that job anymore. So he's just a special project manager. Oh,
Extra special.
Oh, extra special. I digress. And then somewhere up there we have another guy on the board with us, on the board member too. So that's kind of the team. That's kind of the flavor around here. These guys are selling split tickets. So that's what they're doing back there. But I purposely left out the prizes. Moose Products, Parts Unlimited, all owned by this great big company called Le Mans Corporation. I bet most people don't know that exists in Janesville, Wisconsin. It is a worldwide company, employs I don't know how many thousands of people, but it is huge. And it obviously they sell to more than just the off-highway vehicle industry, but they're one of our big supporters. They provide that. And really part of this summit concept is to make people aware. Now, a lot of you riders in the room, you obviously know this, but we have other people here. And I have a few special people, and this is dangerous when you forget somebody. But there's some people I wanted to note because we're going to be interacting with this panel later on. So, because you're sitting in front of me, I won't forget Dave Newman. He's my counterpart at AWSC, the Association of Wisconsin Snowmobiles. And where's Sue Smedegard? Sue is back there. I see that you sit far apart from Dave. But she is the liaison that WATVA has with the snowmobile world, although it's not like we don't talk to Dave. But Sue is in it every day. On the motorcycle side, Brian Much. So Brian is a liaison with us. I'm on the State Trails Council with him. We share a lot of information about off-road motorcycles. That's coming up on the horizon, so something you need to know about. Who else do we have? This guy from this little company over in Minnesota that has a plant in Wisconsin, but Jan Rintamaki from Polaris Industries. So thank you, Jan, for being here. Another company that couldn't make it but is very involved with us is Yamaha Motors. Have a distribution center in Kenosha County down in Wind Lake. They wish to express their disappointment they couldn't be here this year. Sitting next to Jan is some other guy from Vilas County that's a trail coordinator. I don't, Dale, what is your title? Parks and Recreation Administrator. So Hank, take note that you might need a title like that.
Yes.
But he works for a county, Vilas County. And how about Rondi Bruin? Is he in the room? Where's Mr. Ron? Oh, well, Ron is around. He's the county board chairman of Vilas County. Tonight at our awards banquet, we're going to focus a lot on Vilas County celebration because a glass ceiling has been broken, which we won't get into much here right now. But who else do we have? Skip Schultz. Where's Skip? Our UP Skip. He is here. So we do a lot of sharing information back and forth with Kathy. I don't know, and Sarah, can we annex the UP back into Wisconsin? Because we would really like it for ATV. So take that up there. Okay. You can have local in Upper Michigan. Who else we have there? Yeah.
We have
April Dombrowski and Gary Eddy and Mark Little. We have some law enforcement guys.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for being here. Cameron Bump. Cameron's here. Sarah Pearson. Is Sarah here? All right. Thank you. Did we miss anybody from DNR?
Yes.
Yes. Where? Oh.
My other hand.
Oh, Annie. You're over there out of sight. Annie Leckler. Sorry. Thank you for being here. So, again, I want to give the room a flavor of what's going on. There's probably others I've missed. Jeff Anderson. Yeah, I mentioned him before from tourism. Well, I didn't mention it in a good way last time, so now I'm mentioning it in a good way. All right. So I've probably taken up too much time. Did Dan make it? Is Dan Bowman here?
No.
No, okay. What's that? Oh, Forest Service. Yes, we have. Where's our Forest Service? Jeff? Mel. Jeff. All right. Thank you for being here. BJ sent in the A-team this time. All right. So that sets the stage. We have many clubs, many other people. And really what I want to make sure everybody has is they have an agenda. If you didn't have one, there's one in the back yet. And while you look at the agenda, we talk about the jobs and growth, and I'm going to get into the panel here doing the introductions. And then the second focus is on trails and routes. We got a lively discussion going on that, I guarantee you. And then the impacts of the funding. And the funding I'm talking about is our registration program. People pay the money. We're self-funded. We have a program that manages that. So we're going to talk about that. Now, if you look to the back of some of these surveys we did, we put out some surveys to the general public. The numbers have changed a little bit. We kept getting, Adam, do we have 500 and some responses? Almost 600, getting close to. But you might find these interesting about writing surveys. Now, Terry and Jeff, Terry's our Northeast Regional Coordinator. Jeff and Greg are the Northwest Regional Coordinator. I guarantee you that Jeff and Greg will be slighted on this because the people that responded, there's 45% of them said the Northeast was where they wanted to write. So we did not fix anything. But we want to just take note. I'm not going to go over them, but I think you may find those statistics interesting. These are all the kinds of things when we work with our program partner, which is the Department of Natural Resources, we have to figure out trends that we're seeing. And I'll bet this panel has identified trends as it comes to the ATV, UTV sport and industry. And that's the other thing. We're in here, many people, because we love the sport, but it is a major impact industry. Snowmobiling, ATVing, motorcycle, it is huge. And I guess Jan wouldn't be here if that wasn't so, right? I mean, it is a huge. Speaking about an international company,
Wisconsin also is, top 5 in terms of sales.
Top 5 in sales?
Yeah.
All right.
On the product and such.
Right.
Very important state. You've got an extremely healthy industry.
That's great. And that's the focus is a lot on industry now of different kinds, from tourism to business. So I thought that it would be most awesome to have the head honcho of the Wisconsin DNR, the secretary of the DNR. Sometimes I go back to my old way, but we have. I would like Kathy to say a few words. So, Kathy, would you start us off? Sure. Kathy, step.
Sure.
Make sure Adam wanted me to make sure that you speak into the speaker, into the mics.
Can I?
Can I do that? You know how I have to use my hands and gesture when I talk.
I'll hold it for you.
Yeah, right. You won't be able to keep up with me.
This is two agencies working together.
I know. DNR and tourism, yes. I don't need to be high maintenance here if this is too hard. Okay. This will work. Good morning, everybody. Well, we're getting all the kinks worked out of the microphone cord here. I'm just going to tell you how much it is very special to me to get invited to events like this. This is really the fun stuff that I get to do in my job as DNR secretary. And I just want to thank, first of all, the leadership of this organization. Randy and his team have been incredibly effective supporters and advocates for the things that you all care about so much. And when it comes to the partnerships that we've been able to develop over the last several years since I got into this job, I really think we've taken the relationship between the department and motorized outdoor enthusiasts to a whole new level. My family is very much into outdoor motorized activity, much more than the silent sports, although I'm really trying to learn how to appreciate the silent, quiet sports as well, but I got a little ways to go yet. So we are snowmobilers, ATVers. In fact, our very first machine was a Polaris 4x4, little mud spraying, the whole deal, which, by the way, I think that should be a requirement of the VIP ride, is where you have a special mud pit for all the VIPs, right? And you could sell tickets to that. That'd be a great fundraiser, because who wouldn't want to spray the DNR secretary with mud?
She's volunteering?
I think it could be therapeutic.
I think that could be done.
And a great fundraising opportunity. So I would actually volunteer to serve on that, because you got to get dirty if you're going to get out there and have a good time, am I right? So Randy talked a little bit about the economic impact, and it's definitely significant in Wisconsin. So the governor talks all the time with us about what are the different things that our two sister agencies are doing. And I say sister, you wouldn't think a lot of, most people don't think DNR and tourism too much together. And Stephanie, Secretary Klett, and I have really been working to change that by doing a lot more joint appearances and helping everybody understand that the fun that we all get to have enjoying Wisconsin's natural resources are a direct result of the work that the men and women of Wisconsin DNR do. And they do a lot of that behind the scenes. There's not a lot of fanfare. There's not a lot of celebration of all the different works on water quality, forest habitat, wildlife management, fisheries management, our state parks, the jewels of the nation. There's so many different things that we have to do at Wisconsin DNR. And of course, an important aspect of that is grants, right? So we've got to have really effective grant managers. We've got a fantastic team at DNR to work with you on that and help you accomplish what it is that you want to see as the next step for your sport. So we've been really working hard with tourism to, again, make that connection for everybody so that you understand that the work that we're doing, in great part helps you have a much better experience out on the trails. So with that, I just want to thank Randy for inviting me to come. We've seen great growth in this industry. We're just getting started, man. And it's been so much fun to work with your organization and hear about all the different latest, greatest ideas that you've got, bringing those ideas to us in partnership attitude so that we can work together as team builders in how it is that we take this sport and Wisconsin's, reputation in these outdoor opportunities to a whole new level and to continue to drive positive economic growth, but most importantly, to have fun. So thank you, everybody, for inviting me today, and have a great conference.
Adam, I will do your job of turning my mic off next time. Thank you, Kathy. We'll be working this now. I would like to have our second panel introduction with Deputy Secretary. This feels good to say. Deputy Secretary Sarah Clavis.
Amen, sister. Oops.
Well, I could not have said it any better, Secretary Stepp. The working relationship between DNR and tourism has never been better. So good morning, everyone. It is my true pleasure to be here, and I greet you from Secretary Klett. She wanted to thank the ATV, UTV team for showing her how to ATV, but she wondered if you could teach her how to walk. Last time she was with her friends from the association, she actually fell right down on her bum and said that you were all so gracious in not teasing her. But next time you see her, look out. So it's my pleasure to be here. In fact, I love being here so much that today, in fact, is my 34th wedding anniversary, and I chose to be with all of you instead. say after 34 years, what's one more day when you can be with a room full of your best friends? So the secretary so aptly put all of the wonderful natural resources that we have the privilege of sharing in the spotlight for you in her remarks. And let me just reiterate that with some recent research, in fact, just about 3 weeks old, some primary research that we just completed that really talks about what Wisconsin has to sell. Of course, under the umbrella of fun, we know that people come here for our family atmosphere. And with motorized sports, we know that it is a family affair. In fact, your program to get new riders in and licensed and tuned into the safety factors of the sport is part of the foundation of that. We're unique. We have just this incredible palette of things to do when you're on vacation. But then we really start getting into the things that are true drivers for Wisconsin. That is our outdoor recreation and our fishery, our truly beautiful scenery. And in fact, when you bundle all of those things together, for every dollar we spend on promoting these wonderful attributes, visitors give us $78 in return. And so how do we get there? Well, one of the ways that we get there, and I'm going to show you real quickly, is Travel Wisconsin. Increase in visitation to this section of our site in 1 year. And so we've done that a number of ways, but I wanted to demonstrate just how important it is to have a site that appeals to people. Adam, if you would scroll down and click on some of those events and destinations that have ATV trails, and stop right there. Now you'll see the difference between entries that have photos. Want to just go up and show again how nice it looks when you have a photo or two or three. And then when you get to an entry that doesn't have a photo, how unappealing it is. So let me just cliche you for a minute, and that is to say a photo is worth 1,000 words. Without a photo, the visitor is going to just click right by. And so I reintroduced Jeff. He is your key accounts manager, and he will help you get photos on our website. And as we continue to optimize the site, we're buying some radio time on Discover Wisconsin Radio Network that will just specifically promote ATV, UTV. The more we drive people to this website and the more content we get on it, the greater responsibility we all have to serve up to our visitors the best, absolute best experience they can, not only when they're with you and on your trails, but as they plan. So in closing, again, the exceptional job you all do with your trails, with making sure that you welcome visitors, give them the experience of a lifetime so that they'll come back again and again, is certainly and duly noted at both of our agencies, and we couldn't do the job we do without that kind of support. So Economic Summit, that's what we're all about, driving the economy of the state. And it's such a privilege to be here today to talk about how we continue that over the next year. So thank you.
Hey, Sarah. So we wanted to start, I chose to start with the agency that manages the program, the registration program, and then the agency that markets it. But then we get down to, in panel one, we wanted to talk about, what does the industry, meaning the sport that we do and what we spend and where we go, how does that affect jobs in your area? And then are these minimum wage jobs? Are these good paying jobs? How important are the riders to your business? Obviously, we talk about in some point in the future, probably going to have to raise our registration fee to keep up with our increases. Snow program is doing a registration increase. going to be behind, but we want to wait until we have on the ground our businesses, our people know what and why that would be. But we ask these panels and other businesses, how do you think a registration increase, would it affect your business negatively? We want to know that. And then, of course, what are your thoughts about the other issue? Our recreational trail program started in 1985-86. We had, I don't know, Diane, were you around then in the program? But a couple hundred miles and 15, 20,000 ATVs, just peanuts. Now we're crested between ATVs and UTVs, 330,000 units. Between routes and trails, we have by far more routes. Now, I'm not judging yes or bad or no, but we started out the program as a recreational trail program. We think that's where the program is focused on. We need routes. We absolutely have to have routes to connect the 13,000 bodies of water that we have, get to businesses. We got to get to your place. Just figure out how it works. So do we need to, as the route thing grows, we got challenges we got to address. I know that we'll be talking about that on the panel here. So I'm going to ask them to say the part on there. There is no good, there is no bad. It's just what it is. To figure out what the trend is, figure out how to make the adjustments we have to. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to introduce yourself, what your philosophy on that first panel and others might be. We kind of give them a view, Mike, of what you think about the sport, the industry, and where it might be going, and what your thoughts are. So,
my name's Mike Richling. I've been a bar owner for 30 years. My current location, almost 13. The first 7 years, I had no four-wheeler. I would watch them drive by on trailers and go to other towns and drop. Since we over trails by us, it's just been phenomenal. I mean, every motel, every gas station, every restaurant. There's weekends you can't even get in a restaurant. But the economics in our area, we live by tourism. Snowmobiles, motorcycles, and four-wheelers. And for a long time, we didn't have it. It took us a very good group effort of 3 townships and help from Red Arrow and Dusty Trails. Other clubs helped us start a club, but it's going leaps and bounds. And we continue to work for more. The Forest Service, the DNR, we work hand in hand together. It's been awesome.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. And now we have another viewpoint over here, we'll walk back. Mr. John, you want to do a quick introduction?
My name is John Sonnenberg. I'm the Superintendent of Highways and Public Works for the Town of Rome. The Town of Rome owns and operates Syracuse Recreational Area. It's a 334-acre intensive use park. We're in northern Adams County. We are very ATV friendly. There are many routes that can get through the Town of Rome, that can get you to the county trail systems. And with Syracuse, we are open for the season. We have about 12 miles worth of trails there. We have a motocross track, a supercross track. As an intensive use area, I feel that we have something to offer that's different from your normal ride, per se. It's if you want to be down the trails, smelling the flowers and looking at the birds, there are places to do that in our town. But if you want to go out and really hammer it and hit the hills and hit Kathy, we do have plenty of mud for you.
I know, but you didn't let me use it last time. You said no, Kathy.
I'm going to make sure there's a route that goes right through our mud bog for you. September 11th, we do host the last 2 years, and again this year, we have hosted the WATVA VIP ride. This year it will be September 11th at Syracuse Recreational Area. And if I have to bring in one of our tanker trucks from the fire department, I will make sure we have enough mud for you. But we're kind of a unique area in that regard, having the amount of variation of terrain that we have with the deep sand, the mud bog, et cetera, the motocross track. I look at the registration dollars as the increase in that as a necessary evil. I really haven't heard any complaints about it. When people see the end result of that, and I'm an ATV rider myself, I'm a motorcycle rider, and when you see it in your local area where those dollars are spent, it's a good thing. This is ATV riding is very big in our area from the tourism aspect. You can get to the bars and restaurants in our town. You can get to our facility. You can get to the camping facilities in town. And we're looking, people come to us and say, how did you do that? What can we do to become like you, as far as basically how do you talk your town boards into allowing it, etc. So we look at ways to continually expand the program as well.
Thank you, John. Kathy, last year, I know plans didn't work out. You couldn't make the VIP ride, and Stephanie made it. And she really on that mud thing. So there's this mud. And the whole concept here is we got new people. I don't want anybody to get hurt. She goes, can't we go in the mud?
Honestly.
So you did the speed thing at Tigerton.
Yes.
Kathy did the mud thing. I mean, Stephanie did. But next year, you're there.
Thank you. I have lots of witnesses now, right, everybody?
Okay.
You'll make sure that happens.
Well, I like the fundraising part that you said.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of a dunk tank.
Right, no dunk tank.
Yeah.
I'm too old for
Okay.
that, but the mud thing I can do.
All right. So we've got Mike, who presented a business of a small business on the trail. John is kind of a unique, and he works for a town, but he's out marketing. He's got lots going on. Now I have a county forester. Most of our trails are on public lands, and most of the public lands, the majority of trail miles, are on county forest lands. Now Mike is a forester. He's the guy in Washburn County. He also sits on the County Forest Association, but it's a different flavor, and that's why I'm really glad that Mike has always worked with us to give us the other side, or the rest of the story, or the additional side to this on the resources that we have to be. So Mike, now that I've built you up.
Well, you're going to be disappointed. Again, I'm Mike Peterson. I'm the County Forest Administrator in Washburn County. We're responsible for the forest management on those properties, plus the all the recreation trails. I'm also chair of the legislative committee for the County Forest Association, which is a major partner with the WATVA group. As Randy said, a majority of the funded trails are on county forest land. Asking the question of where this is going or what our perceptions are. I can tell you one of the things that we're struggling with, and I hope we can open up some discussion on it, but what are the balances out there between the riding experience that people want versus the potential for environmental damage and the need for sustainable trails? There's a lot of different desired conditions that the riders want out there, whether it's a nice smooth trail or the rough challenge trail. I think we need to have those discussions about what we can accommodate and what we can't. The other issue that I see moving forward is trying to separate the demand for riding opportunities between what is truly a trail and request for trail versus what is more likely a transportation issue, the whole routes versus trails things. We haven't discussed that at all, Randy, have we, over the last 15 years? So I guess what we see from a trail manager is such a wide variety of user expectations on what their riding experience should be, and what we struggle with is how do we accommodate that. We can't accommodate everybody. It gets very difficult. The other thing I can tell you right now that we're struggling with is we've pushed very hard to get trails off of roads. We do have some critical route connectors out there that connect our trail systems, and the very interesting thing that's happening now is we have trail connections that get places. Now we're getting requests for routes so people don't have to ride that trail, which just stuns me, but it's happening. The other thing we're struggling with, and I completely respect and understand the desire for business opportunities for trail riders or to get trails riders into businesses, but we're struggling now with the everybody wants a trail connection to their business, and that's often very, very difficult to do. So we need to figure out how we deal with those kind of issues. So hopefully we can generate some discussion on those topics.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Now the other side of Washburn County, Mike puts the brakes on. No, he doesn't. But now how do you promote it from a countywide basis? So Michelle, would you do your introduction as the executive
Absolutely,
director?
as long as I don't knock over the mic. Okay, I'm Michelle Voigt, Washburn County Tourism. I run the Visitor Center in Spooner. And as Randy was alluding to, I get to do the fun part of it while Mike has to do all the hard work. So in addition to Mike, I'm very, very blessed in Washburn County. I have an incredible forester. He has a great team. We also have 3 amazing clubs who put in a lot of hard work. And so I get to do the fun part of it. I get to talk to the visitors. I get to help them plan their ATV vacations, that sort of thing. I get to see the economic impact in our hotels and our restaurants when people are coming to visit. I started with tourism about 6 years ago. Prior to that, our tourism board really did not market our ATV trails. Most of them were there. There's been some changes since then, but some improvements, but really the trail system was already there. Our board just didn't realize what we had to offer. Working with Mike over these past few years has been awesome. We have a great working relationship, and I think that's important, and I hope that all counties have as good of a relationship as we do and are able to work together. Some proof of that is the Washburn County ATV Scenic Tour that we recently did. What did we do? 2 summers ago is when we launched that for the first time. The ATV Scenic Tour actually covers our entire trail system, and it highlights over 35 points of interest, whether it's historical, geological, the giant cowboy outside of Spooner, whatever it is. There's a lot of different points of interest. So it's more of a scenic touring type of idea behind it. And we've had a huge economic response from this. It's been absolutely phenomenal. We did a 4-county Discover Wisconsin episode, and after that episode, I think within a few days, I had over 100 requests of people that were planning trips. Some of them were just bringing a couple people. Some of them were bringing an entire club of people. So those have been really, really great for us. In addition, I work with a Northwest Wisconsin marketing group, Northwest Wisconsin ITBEC Tourism Committee. I've been on that group for about 5 years, and that group markets the trails and outdoors in Northwest Wisconsin. They've recently put together an ATV corridor map for their use and promotion. They've run a few ads, and one of the ads that they ran in January brought in, I actually do the visitor request mailings from that. We mailed out over 200 of those maps to people wanting to come visit Northwest Wisconsin just because of one simple ad that we put out there. So we know that we have great trails. We know all the hard work that goes into it. We just get the fun of promoting it. So if you ask about economic impact, it is huge. We see it at our hotels. We see it at our restaurants. We see the people coming into the visitor center. So we definitely see that. And like I said earlier, I think it's important for all the different groups to be working together, like the forestry department and your local tourism, your local chamber, your businesses, your clubs. The more people work together, I think the more that we can accomplish. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Michelle, for that introduction and your area. I want to skip now over to another kind of business that's impacted by this thing that we all do, and that's a dealership of Lee Van Zeeland here in Team Winnebago. So maybe, Lee, you can add your perspective into that at this time for an introduction.
Definitely. Thank you, Randy. And thanks for putting me on this panel. This is not my comfort level, especially with these 2 next to me here. I like them.
Why are you so nervous about us?
Because you're going in the mud.
I don't like to be intimidated by a woman here, but
the one's anniversary, and you're going to throw them in the mud.
Exactly. I was wondering if she was going to clean it up after she's done. That's that's where the work comes, you know.
I have people for that.
Anyway, thank you again. And yes, I am the owner of Team Winnebago Land in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. We sell the units that you people play with. And I've been in some meetings with my co-partner over here, Bobby. He's a competitor, a good competitor. And I've called myself a capitalist because truly I am all about the money. Yet, as I think about it, I get both ends of it. So I get to enjoy the sport while I'm making money off of it. Different than you people who I've just learned to love and appreciate. You're out there doing all that work. And I'm the winner all the way around. And that's what I've been bringing to Randy all the time, that the winners of this thing are the people that are making the money off of this. And you don't even realize it sometimes how much that is. Even the comments that were made down there. Who's making these trails? It's not the DNR. It's not the Department of Tourism. It's not Team Winnebago Land. It's you people. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say it enough. I really can't. So anyway, that said, I am a capitalist, so it's all about the money, and I need the people like Randy to keep me from opening every road in the Galdang state so I can sell more stuff. because that's kind of what it is about to me sometimes. That said, 40% of my business, my new unit business, and again, just to clarify that a little bit, when people ask me, what do I do for a living? And I've been doing this for 40 years, most times I will respond, I am a motorcycle dealer, because that is what we started with. 40% of my new unit sales are now UTV, ATV business. That is unbelievable. Without it, I would be broke, and a lot of people would be out of a job in my business anyway. So that said, I also believe that we should have a registration increase because I believe we need the money to fund these trails. Again, thank you for the freeness. Our highway system, if it was built by volunteers, we could do a lot less. We'd have to pay a lot less taxes, but I don't think we'd have the highway system we have. However, we do have a great trail system, and it's because of you. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Now another business on the trail. Tom's going to introduce himself, but he has at least two hats you're wearing as a business owner and as a board of directors. So, Tom.
All right. Is this on? Yeah, I guess it is. Good morning, everybody. My name's Tom Dorsey. I'm from right down the street from Mike or John in Rome. I'm also on the board of directors of the Tavern League of Wisconsin, and I own a resort on the second largest lake in the state. I'll just tell you a little story. Took 3 years to get a road to come through to with ATVs to our resort. The number one county park in the state is down the street, Adams County Park on Petenwell Lake. They couldn't do it. We couldn't do it. We fought with everybody, and because of people like you, eventually the persistence paid off. We have the trail now. Where I used to have, I got pictures of one time with 100 snowmobiles in my parking lot. Some friends took this picture. Now I have pictures with 100 ATVs in my parking lot and very few snowmobiles. So I think the trend has changed dramatically. In the 19 years I've been in business, it was all snowmobiles. And you guys have really fought like hell because all the snowmobile trails in our area are still fine. There's no problem. But I can't get from here to that door to a business with gasoline because of one landowner won't let them through. And that's two businesses, actually. So I think an increase in registration is not a bad thing. I don't think anybody, and I'll go back to Rome here. I think there's 250, 60 members in that club. I'm surprised one of them isn't here today. I contacted them, but that's all right. So the impact on the economy in our area is tremendous. It totally eclipsed the snowmobiling. And being on the lake, ATVs are on the lake. People aren't riding their snowmobiles out there anymore to go ice fishing. They're dragging their stuff with ATVs. Now the park down the street, they just got a grant with the combination of Adams in the state to put in a ATV camping only, so you can drive ATVs through the park, which you never could before, unless you were going out on a lake to fish. And that's going to be a big impact. So if anyone thinks that the recreational impact is not there, they're crazy. And I think Wisconsin is about tourism and recreation. That's why I came here 19 years ago. And I left the wonderful city of Chicago, downtown. So I think I give my hats off to everyone that works on those trails. I work on the trail. I help on the snowmobile trails also. But I don't think a fee increase would scare anyone away around us. But I really want to thank all of you guys, and I don't know what else you want me to say. We do provide Safe Ride. We're the only state in the country. And it's been used in my business many times. And I'm sure Mike's. If someone's there, I've put their ATVs in my garages and got them home safe. Not that that is something we encourage, but it is something that, we do. So if every person, as she said, $78 into the community, that's a lot of money times 100 or 200 or 300 in a weekend. So, yeah, I think socially, economically, it's definitely great for all of us to be involved in your association. And as a Tavern League guy, I think our association would more than want to be involved with your association. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Tom. And again, the idea here is to introduce the panel so you get a flavor for their area, and then we'll start bringing some folks from the audience that might have a question about that we think the panel will address. But now we're going to go to another business that's similar to Lee's, but you'll always say it's better, right, Bobby?
Not quite as good as mine, but.
But Bobby Donahue from Wisconsin. So Bobby, you're up.
Thank you, Randy, and I'm Bobby, which is Wood County. I am a second-generation owner of a power sports dealership. Much like my story is much like Lee's. The difference is I don't consider myself a capitalist like Lee. And Lee knows how to make a lot more money than I do. But my father and mother started this business 49 years ago. I grew up in it, and it has definitely had a major impact in my life, not just as it formed and made me the person I am, but it's also given me the financial whereabouts that I have today. Our business continues to grow because of you folks and because of the sport that you all love and support so much. ATVs and UTVs, or side-by-sides as we call them, that's always been a strong part of our business. Back in 1966 when my folks started the business, it was with motorcycles, and snowmobiles were added the year after. Obviously, ATVs and side-by-sides weren't even invented or discovered back then. And today, like Lee's business, ATVs and side-by-sides are a huge part of our business. It's approximately 30% of our business. And the big reason it changes so much is because our snowmobile business fluctuates so much. During the good snow years, like we had just a few years ago, snowmobiles occupied almost 50% of our business. Well, if the trend continues like this past season, where the trails were never opened in not just our county but neighboring counties, it could definitely suffer greatly. That's one of the beauties of ATVs and side-by-sides, is that you're not affected by the weather that much. Sometimes we like a sunny, beautiful day, and maybe some others on the panel here like a nice rainy day to go ride in the mud. But overall, it's a great sport that can be joined no matter what the weather is. So that's a really big factor to remember when you're out having recreation and you choose that sport of which you choose to spend your money and time with. From an economic side of it, I think the thing I would like to share with you is that our business has grown over those 49 years, and our number of employees continues to increase, even during some extremely bad times. When the financial crunch hit the country in the fall of 2008, we went from doing the amount of business we were, it cut just about in half over a 12-month period. So, I don't know about you, but I can tell you personally, I don't like my paycheck getting cut in half. And it was nobody's fault, but it happened. And that's the reality of being a businessman, or as Lee would like to call it, a capitalist. So yes, we have some great days in the business, and we also have some really, really tough times. The good news is that it's coming back. We feel it's coming back. Wisconsin is a great, I think one of the reasons, or at least in the type of business I'm in, because they really support wholly what we do. We love to recreate, and like Lee, I love riding, and I don't care if I'm riding motorcycles, ATVs, side-by-side snowmobiles, what have you. If it's got a motor and it's fast, I love it. And that's what makes this whole group so much fun. And that's really what we are. We're all just a bunch of people, whether we're young or old or in between, having fun. And that's what we sell, because that's all we have to sell is fun. And every one of us works hard for the money that we earn. And after that's all done and made, we all want to go out and really know how to enjoy it and have a good time with it. And this sport is one of those that's the best for it. Unfortunately, in Wood County, we have very little trail system for ATVs. We do not have an extremely a good organized club system in Wood County for it as well. Portage County, the neighboring county, also has the same problem. Now, snowmobiles on the other side are the complete opposite story. They're extremely united, have extremely strong local clubs, and because of that, the trail systems really survive. So I know from my own business standpoint, I would sure love to see club growth in our area. And that brings me to maybe one of the reasons that I'm here is I have concerns over where our development of trails and routes is going. And without having much club representation, I don't know if we have a lot of representation other than the direct connection I have with Randy and Lee and the others on this panel. And then secondly, the other user groups that continually are trying to invade our trail system that we have, whether it be the ATV, UTV system, or the snowmobile system. So I'm very concerned for our future. I think this is great that Randy and WATVA put on, and I can tell you from our standpoint as a dealership that sells these products, we got our eyes wide open because we've also saw what happened to some of the other products that we sold in the past. So government intervention can be great, and it can also be pretty tragic to some of us. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about where you're going with this sport, and let's keep it safe because that's what we're all here for. And we want to thank you all for being here, and thanks for all your support.
Okay, thanks, Bobby. And now we're going to go to one of the old dinosaurs on the organizational chart here, Rob McConnell, who's been around this program a long time. But maybe you can add a different historic flavor where it's been, where you think it's going, or what you're seeing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rob McConnell. I'm the vice president of the Wisconsin ATV Association. One of the other hats that I wear is the Southwestern Regional Coordinator. I also sit as the chair of the Governor's Off-Road Vehicle Council. I wear a lot of different hats doing different things, which is really a lot of fun. Can be challenging at times, but like Randy said, the history lesson. I guess I have been serving on the board of directors of the Wisconsin ATV Association since 1989. I have held every office except president, so it's been my job to make sure that he stays alive, so I don't have to work into that position because I don't want that job. Randy does a hell of a job at that, and I'd like to just to support that. The other board of directors members that we have are super fantastic. It's only gotten better. There's a little history lesson that Randy and I know this, but a lot of you don't, and I just want to show you kind of where this group has come over the years. The first board of directors meeting that I went to for the Wisconsin ATV Association was in Mosinee at the Hammerdown Inn in 1988 or 89. I went to that with a former board member. He said, "Hey, come on along. This state association's pretty cool. You'd like this. You'd like these people." So I went, and they said, "Yep, we've had a resignation in the board of directors. We need a new board member." So I'm sitting there, and they all turned and they looked at me, and they said, "How would you like to do that?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know. All those in favor, aye." I was on the board of directors. Wow, how did that happen? And then I found out. Then they do the treasurer's report after that. So I found out, and I don't remember the exact dollars in this whole thing, but it seemed like they had $350 in the checkbook, and then they brought out the bills that they had, which were like $750. So then they said, well, there's 7 of you, so we owe $400. 7 divided by 400 is, and that's what I had to So that's my introduction to the board of directors. Is I had to write a check that day to balance the checkbook so we didn't go broke. It's come a long ways. I have not written a check for quite some time now, and that's been wonderful. So that was back in the three-wheeler days, the consent decree. A lot of you folks don't even remember that. All the federal intervention that came into the ATV program, we thought it was maybe going to end. And so those federal rules and regulations, the concessions that the manufacturers made to make that all, that's when the ATV Safety Institute started, and that training program was available to folks when they buy their ATV. I have been an ATV safety instructor with that program since 1988, even before I was a board of directors member. So, I'm back in the three-wheeler days, and I started out on two wheels. I was a motorcycle guy when I started, snowmobiled before that, and kind of moved into the ATV thing. So, and now we see the evolution of the sport. Back in the 80s, we had 20,000 registered ATVs. We have 300,000 plus now. Just huge growth. UTVs are in the program. Would have never, all those years back in the 80s, who would have thought, going from three-wheeled ATVs with balloon tires and no suspension to four-wheeled quads to UTVs, just all the changes, and it's the whole direction. Everything's changed. The concerns that we have, the water regulations, land management issues, it's just gotten so much more complicated, and it's been a challenge, but there's some great and wonderful people out here. I've enjoyed working with all the agencies, with the business folks. I like that kind of stuff, kind of trying to fit all the pieces together, and I thank everybody for everything that they've done, and let's keep moving this whole program forward and keep her going. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. I always feel safe with Rob around now. I know why. All right, our last panelist. I know many of you in a room. How many? Raise your hands if you know the Diane Conklin. All right. Now the reason I say this is not to embarrass her or put her on the spot, but this will be the last. And I may be taking air out of your balloon, but we want to know that she's finally going to do, she said, a retirement deal. So appropriately, she told me it was on April Fool's Day next year. So our meeting will likely be after April 1st, but I'm not 100% sure. It depends on how that lines up. So this might be your last time with us in that capacity, but we want to introduce you and thank you for all those years of service to the ATV program. So. How do you like that?
That and the, wait a minute, can you hear me? That and the promotion that I see on my name card here, I never thought I'd be an administrator. Kathy, no offense, but Randy got me there, and for that, thank you. I will keep this forever. And yes, Randy says it's true. April 1st of 2016, less than 1 year, I'm going to retire and move on to another portion of my life. I can tell you, though, it has always been surrounded by motors, and it will always be surrounded by motors until they wheel me out in that electric wheelchair and let me take off down the highway and some big semi gets me. But other than that, and Ann will attest to you, I've always said, when the truck hits me, this is how things will be in my office so that you can find what I did last. So hopefully I won't be involved with the truck until much later. I'm doing the Betty Ford treatment. No, I don't have a drinking problem. She lived to be 92, and I plan on doing the same. So I'll be around a lot longer, but it's time to give up the reins to new blood and see what we get there. And in the meantime, we'll be wrapping up things and keeping the program going. But, I came from the South Pacific on a small island. It sounds like a once upon a time story, and enjoyed my life tremendously there. And then I moved to Wisconsin. And the first thing somebody says to me is, "What in the world were you thinking?" And there's several times I've had to sit back and go, "What was I thinking?" I was on an island 3 miles wide by a half mile, or 3 miles long by a half mile wide. I could see when the tide came in on the ocean side and when rockets aimed at us on lagoon side. I was right in the middle. It was during the Reagan era, and we lived there. We moved to Wisconsin, and I was fortunate enough to find out, as being the family keeper of the death certificates for some reason, that my grandmother was born in Elroy, Wisconsin. So I came back to my roots without ever knowing it. But I didn't also realize my roots held such a deep love of the smell of fuel burning. It wasn't until my husband bought his first motorcycle, and he had to listen to me for a long time, until the following November, which happened to be my birth month. I was out of town, and I came home, and in the driveway, in the garage, was this old man sitting in a wheelchair. Yeah, it's my husband. But next to him was, and he wasn't in a wheelchair, but it looked like it, was a motorcycle with Christmas lights on it. And it was that point in life that I decided I can complain or I can enjoy. And I decided, after a little bit of complaining, to enjoy. And so I've had a motorcycle ever since. Granted, I've wimped down a little bit from my touring bike that just got to be too heavy for me to maneuver, down to my Silver Wing that I love. I can't wait to get on. And then I walked into a job that let me do this and get paid for it. They give me a check every 2 weeks, and it should say on the front, for riding snowmobiles and ATVs. And now I don't even have to ride snowmobiles. It's ATVs and UTVs. I mean, who could ask for a more perfect job? Anyway, I walked into it, and I'm walking out of it so that somebody else gets the same benefit that I got. And if I have anything to say, which normally we don't get a vote for hiring, that person better have petroleum in their veins too, because that's what you have to keep this job going. You have to be able to be out on the ground utilizing that vehicle. You have to understand what you guys building trails are up against, so that we can provide you the tools, primarily the money, to be able to do that. Because without that, your volunteers work their tails off, but you can't do it without somebody helping. And that's where the state comes in. We're fortunate enough to be the go-between between your registration and gas tax money and the trails. That's the point that we serve. And we've got grants people like Ann that work with people every day explaining what we can do. We have some new ideas. They're not really new ideas, but they're kind of our go-tos. I talked to a gentleman today, Larry, back in the corner. We're looking at different types of acquisition where we can buy linear surface adjacent to a farm field, adjacent to a block of timber, whatever it might be. But we can buy that strip of land if we have a willing seller. Then you will never have to go out and negotiate an easement again. And that strip of land is fully in the control of the party that gets the grant to fund it. So if it's a trail that you can make life easier for the snowmobilers and they can share on that surface, again, it's publicly owned. So you never have to go out and do these easement acquisitions. And I'll be perfectly honest, I'm on a soapbox right now. You can't see it, but believe me, it's firmly there. The more trails that we have, and I mean the true nature of the word trail, and I hear it used interspersed, the more trail, meaning off of the road, that we have, the safer it'll be for everybody. There's a little face that sticks in my head. It hasn't been that long, but when I saw that, it was like it tripped a trigger somewhere in me. It was a 10-year-old boy that didn't make it this year. We can never let that happen again. I don't know him. I don't know his family, but I know he wasn't on our trail, but he was only 10. We need to make things so that he can go out and experience life. And believe me, when I was a kid, I was probably doing something equally as fun as he was doing. but I survived. So I just want to keep that in mind whenever you're doing something, looking at a route, and by a route I mean you're running on a road. You got to remember that it could be that 12-year-old or that 16-year-old that's out there for the first time. That might be your grandchild. Do you really want to have to go to their funeral? I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I think we have to do that so we can have the fun that we have on the other side. Now, when we talk about cost increases, these machines are not just, two screws and a bolt. They're complex machines. With the more emission issues that we run into, with the 4 strokes from 2 strokes, they become more complex. And when you have mechanics working on these machines, keeping them in shape for you, those aren't minimum wage type of jobs, I don't believe. They pay for that kind of experience. And believe me, you want the experience when you're having your machine worked on, because it's what's keeping you going down the trail. So I think having this sport, I've seen different facilities like Donahue's and like Lee's Motorsports popping up in a lot of new places. And they're functioning not just as a sales point, but also as a service and supply point. And those people are the ones that are hiring mechanics and are hiring staff. And that is a better economy job than working at McDonald's. I'm sorry. I've got to say, I admire the heck out of those guys that will put my machine together when I've done something stupid. So it's nice to know that we have those skills out there. And when you're talking about what does this impact the economy, that clearly impacts the economy, because that individual can now buy groceries, buy a house, buy a car, buy an ATV. I mean, they have that ability because they're up in the economic swing a little higher. I also looked at some statistics here, and I don't want to bore you because we got so much more to cover. But I looked at just what we did last year. We had a total of, we had what we thought was lots of money last year. We had $4,674,000 and some odd change. That's a lot of money. We couldn't even get through our maintenance without spending $1.7 million. That's just the maintenance to keep going what we currently have on the ground. Not routes, just trails. But we also got requests for, that left us a balance of 2.9, and we were able to spend 1.5 in requests. In one category we spent 1.3. We more than spent our money down. We end up in the hole every year because we've got these expenses. So when you're wondering, is it worth considering a rate increase on your registration, the numbers pan out. You guys are doing great things. You're putting great trails on the ground. If you relied on DNR to do it, boy, we'd be light years behind the curve because we don't have the kind of staff to get out there and do that. We don't have the land mass to get out there and do that. We rely on you guys, and I can't say it enough. I agree with everybody on this panel that it says, we're not here telling you what to do. We're here asking you what you want from us because we want to be there for you. And so I hope you'll open the dialogue up and talk about all those issues that pertain to these three panels and give Randy things to fill up those little sheets because he loves doing that. And so if we can keep him hopping, running from one to the other, that'll make my day. And I think if we get good ideas and we get a feel for whether the program's changing slightly, the trends that are occurring, as someone mentioned earlier, and things that we need to look at, I think it's great. We need to have that wake-up call every year or so that tells us what is it. We want to be partners with you, not necessarily bureaucrats with you, even though we kind of fall under that just by the nature of the beast. I don't look at myself as telling you what to do. I look at myself as providing the tools to allow you to do what you need to do to keep this sport going. So with that, I'll shut up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, Diane. Now, I know the first one is running a little long here. We're going to again, look at your agenda. We had the main questions, so we want to make sure that everybody in the audience has a chance to ask the panel or to bring up, but we're talking about jobs, salary range. We've all kind of talked about there in the panel. Will the registration affect your overall business? That's our concern. We don't want our business owners affected, but we got to keep our trail program. So I guess the other thoughts about having more road routes in your area, that's a topic, that's a concern, that's a challenge. I'm getting the hum. I've been herded. And Diane wants to see me hop, so that's not going to work. But anyway, Hank, the special projects guy, he's got the mic. So anybody that might have a question for the panel, if you would just come up by Hank, he will give you the microphone and feel free to start the dialogue going. And if the panel wants to dialogue back and forth, now that you got new water and fresh water, you can do that.
Hi, thanks panel for being here. My name is Bob Walashevitz. I'm from Hurley. And as it pertains to the effect of increases, I can tell you I own and operate a convenience store. We're a border state. The one concern that I have, and again, I believe that there's room to increase rates. But like Randy talked about before, we really do love and actually rely on the UP. And what I'm wondering, and Kathy, this is kind of to you, is could we possibly put together a reciprocating agreement with our bordering states so that we could travel freely from state to state without having to stop to try to find a place to get another trail pass? And I will just tell you that again, I'm on the border. It's really not about the money. And this is snowmobiling. Sue, you and I talked about this several years ago in snowmobiling. It's not really about the money. And I don't mean this to sound funny, but when people are recreating, I don't wish to, if you will, screw with their time and everything. So in other words, just give us one shot, we'll get our passes, and we just want to go ATVing, snowmobiling, and doing whatever. So that's my comment on that. As it pertains to routes, in our small area, we wear many hats. I'm also the chairman in the town that I live in. And there's a desire, and you can see, Randy, the numbers bear out, there's more machines owned by residents of Wisconsin. And I think a lot of expansion in routes is an answer to, can I please get to the trail from where I live? And of course, we know, again, there's a much different scenario as it pertains to snowmobiling as it does to ATVs. In the northern county of Iron County, basically all of the towns have passed ordinance opening all of our roads. And we've had them open for several years. What we run into, and I think you're going to find this, towns are going to incur damage, right? Damage to shoulder and some damage to road, and we're unable to double dip. In other words, I live in a very small town. I got 190 residents. We run our whole town on $150,000 a year, right? When we have shoulder damage, we aren't, and it's a route, and we know that it's from ATV activity. We're unable to get monies from a different angle. So you may find that there may be some towns that are reluctant to open routes thinking about the damage issue. And so that's something that I think will have to be addressed. The other thing is, as it pertains to routes, Randy may remember this, we talk often, but training needs to keep up with, and that's ATV training, needs to keep up with the changes in rule. And what I mean by that, and you mentioned that young 10-year-old, Randy, you may recall our conversation when we opened routes. The last thing I want to see in my town is youth on a road being used as a route, driving happily along, and along comes a fully loaded log truck up and over the hill. I mean, these are situations that I think when it comes to underage, and what I mean is underage 16, under driving age, that don't necessarily know all the rules of the road, I think that needs to be a very highly supervised activity. And of course, someone, I believe, I don't know the rule exactly, but under 14 needs to have a mentor or someone older driving with him currently.
Under 16.
It's under 16.
Under 16.
So we just changed the law on that. So,
right. But there again, it really needs to be emphasis in education. And so with that, I'll let someone else speak. But those are just a couple of the items I had.
So what we captured over here, Bob, is reciprocation. And believe me, we have discussed this, but it doesn't mean nothing's off the table. We put it back up, we look at it, we filter it through our partners, and then also shoulder damage routes. I put it there. There's been many discussions, and we'll continue on those. The safety thing, I think you all remember, we did change that through the help of our state legislature, that anybody that now is 12 and can ride any size machine at this point, they have to pass the DNR certification course. They can no longer ride by themselves. They have to be with an adult, the parent or parent-approved adult until age 16. As crazy as it is, we got pushback from that from a sheriff's department. Dig a little deeper, found out his kids were using it to go to school, and they couldn't do that anymore. Well, now Mike had mentioned, now is that a transportation or is that a recreation? That's the balance we always have to think about on the trend. So anyway, thank you, Bob, for bringing that up. Okay, now this is anybody else here?
Can I?
The panel, yeah. Any comments on that? There. Go ahead.
I'm just throwing this out because anything's possible. I'm looking for daggers. No, it looks like I'm safe.
I'm not sending you any daggers. Go do it, sister.
I'm just throwing this out. I know it can't happen overnight, but if we decide that we want to do something with this reciprocity, is there any way that we could add to our complement of passes one that you might pay a little bit more for, but that it works on both sides of the border? So they buy it once, you go in, I want my Michigan Trail Pass, or I want my Wisconsin Trail Pass, or I want the dual state Trail Pass, where they could buy that, and then they only have to buy it once, and I think that somewhat answers your concern about having to stop here and get a pass, then stop here and get a pass, and if this place isn't open, go to the next one. I mean, that would solve one of the concerns. I don't know if we could do it. We'd have to talk to licensing and stuff, and it's not a quick fix, but I'm throwing it out there.
There's also legislative implications for these things. So when you think about, we'd have to get legislative approval for that from our legislature, and then of course you'd have to get Michigan's legislature to approve it as well. So that's where things, right? Anytime you get legislatures, you can sometimes have to gum up the works a little bit just because of the politics on either sides of the issue. And then the age-old disagreement has always been who gets how much revenue, right? And are we now competing with who to have the lowest registration price so that we get all those customers, and then they're not buying in their state anymore. So it's just this, there's these fiefdoms that are really unfortunate when we talk about these issues, but they're very real, unfortunately. But again, we can keep talking about it and keep pushing forward. And your association, of all of the associations, I mean, between the snowmobilers and this group, have really active, effective spokespeople for your issues over at the Capitol. I see this guy all the time. Randy's always in Madison, and I'm trying to figure out what else you do with your life, frankly. But you should be very appreciative of your team because they're always out there advocating for your issues. And you do it in a way, and this is the thing I really want to emphasize, you do it in a way that's a spirit of partnership, cooperation, and positive energy. You don't come in banging drums with bullhorns, because, that happens in Madison every now and then. So you don't come in that way. You come in with solutions to problems. And that's how you effect change, and that's how you advocate and forward on behalf of your sport. So, well done again.
Anybody else on the panel?
Yeah.
Mike.
Randy, up by us, we couldn't get our roads open for years. We actually had people moving out of our township because they had to trailer their four-wheelers. I know routes aren't what everybody wants, but sometimes it's necessary to get from point A to point B.
Yeah. Rob.
I wanted to address one of the comments about road damage, shoulder damage, and those kind of things. And The ATV program is funded two ways. It's funded from your registration, and it's also funded from gas tax. The gas tax is figured differently than the snowmobile program. We're figured at a 25 gallons of fuel per ATV times the state gas tax, I think is what, 37 cents or
309.
okay. And so that amount of money times that 25 times the number of units. Well, all the studies that have been done over the last 15 or 20 years point to the average usage of an ATV, UTV. Well, they didn't even do the UTVs a few years ago, but ATVs, all the studies have been anywhere from 60 to about 80 gallons. Seemed like the consensus was right kind of around 75 gallons. So if you take that figure right now, we're only using 1/3 of the gas tax that we're entitled to. The DOT already gets 2/3 of that money that we are paying that we're not utilizing. So if you figure that out, that comes to about $6 million a year. So when folks are complaining about ATV damage on road routes, we're already paying our fair share. We're already paying $6 million. I know there's not a budget line for that. There's not a way for a township to access that money, but we are paying that money, and the DOT has it. How they disseminate that money out, that's their a DOT issue, but we are paying our fair share for that road use. So,
Okay, I think the other Mike has a comment.
We've watched the funding side of this program for many, many years. At least I have always been very nervous when we start talking about road damages, and assuming, your next step would be, is there an opportunity for the ATV program to help offset road damage on town roads? The reality is, if you look at how the program is funded and the limited dollars that are there, we have, Diane, roughly 1,800 funded miles?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Versus how many miles of town road in the state. We open that door and start funding town roads, I think we're finished. There are no trails. So I think the users out there need to make a decision which way they want this program to go. And I'm not talking about, in general, the riding programs or where you're riding, but where do you want this funding program to go? If we end up pushing funding towards town roads, I can tell you right now, we're done. As far as our 110 miles of trail system, if we don't have our funding available because it's going to town roads, we're shutting our trails down. And that's not a threat, that's just a reality. We can't afford to maintain these. So it's kind of a dangerous thing to start down that path of discussing putting money towards those damages. From my side, the way I look at it is, these towns voluntarily open these roads up knowing that there was no funding to come along with it. So again, I go back to my original statement, we need to decide what the users want.
And to reiterate, he was talking shoulder, and that's why we see a lot of signs now to say ATVs stay on pavement. So I don't know, Bob, if that's a difference there. But again, talking about it, is there anybody else on the panel that wants to weigh in on that? We've captured a couple different things here. Bob, one more rebut on that, or are you okay?
Just real quick. Bob's correct. The money's being paid. And Mike, you're correct in that you can't begin to start funding roads. What towns are going to be forced to look at, because again, the dynamic is constantly changing, and that is use, right? As registrations increase, use rises. And at some point, you're going to get into a situation where towns will make a conscious decision when the bar owners or restaurant or resort owners come up. They may get resistance because they know that there's going to be no funding available to correct any damage. It would, in my perfect world, it would be really nice if the DOT had a little different equation available if a town chooses to open a road, because in the north we get paid the same amount of money for maintenance of roads as they do, as an example, in Kenosha County or wherever, where there may not be any roads open. So this is not an easy issue, but for the folks that are going to towns, I guess my point is, for the folks that are going to towns, understand the whole gamut here and why there might be some pushback from the town, boards as far as opening roads. It's not always as easy as it seems.
Right.
And of course, we always want to keep our traffic on trails. Again, like I stated further, as registration continues to increase and more people own these machines, the issue is I want to get from my house to the trail. And that's really where we're at.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And,
Randy,
Lee,
can I just say
yes.
a word here?
Yes.
And I'll try to keep it one. Bob, this is an economic summit. And what I see here is who's benefiting from the ATV or on the road. It isn't necessarily the ATVer that's really benefiting. I realize as a user, we are benefiting. But it's the business that they're going to or the town that's benefiting. So either the businesses cough it up or the town coughs it up. And the town that coughs it up first is going to win. Because where are we going to go? Where we can ride. So again, perfect question, perfect comment at an economic summit. And that's what this is about. It's not about collecting from you, the end user, to take care of the road so I can win by making more money.
All right.
It seems obvious to me, but everything in government seems obvious to me and nothing happens. So.
I hear you.
I don't know if I got it. Go ahead. I'll just say we have a 3-mile area that we pay $1,000 a mile to keep sleds on that trail every year. So I run a fundraiser out of my place. I sell cash raffle tickets, meat raffles. People donate that are on this trail. And that's how we keep them off the road, because our town, to your point, did not have the money to fix the town roads. So I could see what you're saying. But that's what we did, and that's how we got to where we're at, because we just fundraisers. So.
Okay. Thanks, guys. In the interest of almost staying close to a time on the panel, I knew it was going to be off because we needed to do the introductions. And I want more audience participation, but I'm seeing people squiggle in their chair. Being the astute facilitator that I am, that usually means that the coffee needs to be refilled and something else needs to be emptied. So we need to take a break. Or vice versa, Hank says. That's why he's our special project manager. So we'll just take a break. Now I got the boys out there raising the funds for the door prizes. So if you want to do this, take us through that. But we'll take a 10-minute break or so. We're going to come back on the second panel, and we're going to get into a different issue. But take a look at the second panel. We'll try to get to the third one, and then we'll kind of have an open forum.
Take a nap.
Thank you.
You can't control the questions. You could, other than control the answers.
Yeah. I do. Nope. I better head out. Like, gotta go. Nice to meet you. Thank you, my love.
Rob has a good idea here. Is Kathy's going to have to leave it, but you can pass this on.
It's like mud wrestling between. I think they both somewhere.
All right.
Been laid down.
But
Yeah, you just never know about her.
Make me scream like a little girl.
into their seats, that would be awesome. You can't get that close over here. That's not working. I don't think that's going to work there, Adam. Or you want me on the other side? Should I try it over there? All right. A little experience to get it. And what they have to offer as far as experience and on a topic and whatnot. So we probably now need to limit the, we want to get the participation by the crowd. Now, if you're just that kind and don't want to come over here, you know, I know Hank can intimidate people, but maybe find his hand back there, one of the guys, ask him the question, and then they'll come up and ask it. But we'll try and limit it to one question and let the panel go on it, and then get everybody through. So we want you guys and gals to feel free to walk over here and ask the questions of the panel. But the second panel, you probably noticed the secretary had to leave, Secretary Stepp, and then Tom had to leave. So we've lost two folks here, but that's we got a great panel. That's why attrition is a good thing. We can handle this. So the second topic over there, I'm going to grab my agenda over there, but it gets a little more dicey. Thank you, John. You would think I would have this memorized, wouldn't you?
I would think so.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a Adam, did you pay her to say that? Okay. So the trick we need to, I mean, this is a tough deal. Our program, our numbers keep growing. Our communities, we got to get to the businesses. Mike kind of said, now how do we balance? You can't get to every business, can you? You got damage, you got kids on roads, you got this, you got that. Not at this point judging anything. What we're trying to do is identify clearly what the scenarios are. Figure out if we got to change our program. Figure out if we got to change things within our program. But we can't fix any of that if we just don't talk about it and get it figured out. And you can't just talk about it. You got to identify stuff, figure out what to do about it. And I should mention, those that you don't know, is Greg, are you giving me a signal or is that something else? Oh, whew, I thought he was telling me something bad was going on. So the organization hosts these statewide meetings, and we pull in our DNR, our county force. We pull in tourism. We pull in, who else have we pulled in? Different partners that we think need to identify and filter through issues and problems. And that's what I would see us doing with the road route issue, I think, is what's identified, and I heard the panelists want to go back and talk a little bit more about. But it's even more than a road route issue. Remember, that's a trail network. We need the networks. We need road routes. There's no doubting any of that. I've said it, and I'll keep saying it. It's how do you find that point where something's here, something's there, something's out of bounds, something's not. But there's another issue. You might have read in the last Trail Tales, I think it was the last Trail Tales magazine that we put out. It was Randy Goes to D.C. This is an uncomfortable place for Randy to be. I found out quickly, by the way, that Washington, D.C. and F-250 pickups don't work well together. It was really tough finding a place to park. Yeah, Adam found out too. It's always taking my credit. But it was a very serious note that I was asked to come and testify on, and it has to do with the federal government. Rob talked about what happened with three-wheelers. I don't know how many people were around in the three-wheeler days. What did the federal government, and I'm not up here to anti-government, but they came down hard on, and maybe justly so in cases. Maybe there were parents that weren't watching their kids. This doesn't happen for no reason, but that move of the federal consent decree, I was around, I testified, a silly thing is, I testified in Milwaukee against getting rid of three-wheelers, because that's what I had at the time. And I heard this stupid engineer from Iowa State testify that ATVs, of all things, should have roll bars, seat belts, steering wheels. I called him dumb. He was a freaking genius. What do we have? ATVs. Exactly everything he said. It just took 30 years to get there. So my point is, things change. There is a federal mandate that we're battling right now, and I'm going to put Jan on the spot if I can. Are you willing to tell, we're looking at the 30-foot view, which we should have. Clubs have to work at the 30-foot. You've got to care about getting the mics and the johns. But then you get up a little higher, and then you get up higher yet. There's issues that the federal government is doing that causes problems related. So are you able to give a summary of that, Jan, if I don't put you in a bad spot? If you could go up by... I'm putting him in an uncomfortable.
Got it. Thanks. Yeah, I can. Is here okay, or do you need me somewhere else? All right. I've been with Polaris for 12 years. I spent a number of years as a government relations director. I lead our RiderX initiative now. Promoting trail access, both in the United States and in North America. What Randy's talking about is fairly serious, and this is a very slippery slope. I was just thinking, there's a number of federal aspects to this that are very difficult. We've spoken first about the fact that these vehicles are designed for off-road use and not designed for on-road use, right? You guys have gone through that in a number of cases. And at Polaris, believe me, we're all for opening up recreational opportunities and figuring out ways we can connect the dots to get to those recreational opportunities. But what Randy spoke about as well was the Consumer Product Safety Commission. They regulate all-terrain vehicles, ATVs. They are now proposing regulations for side-by-side vehicles that are frankly onerous and will have significant impacts to those vehicles. So you've got those safety aspects. The other aspect that you have is the funding model, which you had spoken about, Recreational Trails Program, RTP, gas tax, right? Which bite both ways. If you can't kind of take tax dollars away from the road areas for ATV use and then expect to be able to use those without necessarily a penalty. I know the $6 million number that Rob you'd quoted, but they don't think that way on, that's additional to the ATV. It would be more likely the other way. If you're damaging roads, they don't want to take that back. The third area is EPA, that's Environmental Protection Agency. So all of the catalytic converters, closed loop emission systems, etc., that apply to on-highway motorcycles, that apply to cars, that don't apply to side-by-sides and ATVs. It's because they don't go on the road, right? So this is a slippery set of areas. I was just in my head, right? There's half a dozen different agencies that regulate use. So it's not just a question of necessarily a local decision. A local decision that drives impacts to the federal level at the Consumer Product Safety Commission, impacts to National Highway funding and fuel taxes through RTP, and impacts through EPA. And I can tell you, if we have to put catalytic converters and closed fuel cell systems like other vehicles, like on-highway motorcycles, onto ATVs and side-by-sides, the price won't stay where it is now, right? And you can imagine, if you've seen how expensive, emissions, meeting current emission standards has been for the industry, it'll be significantly higher. So I'm not trying to be a downer. We're investing millions of dollars in RiderX to promote riding. I mean, we've spent time mapping 93% of the United States, all the trail areas. So we're leaning forward to provide a free service to promote riding, because we know that the more people ride, the better off it is for everybody. That other side on the regulations, we need to be very cognizant of, because actions in one state will have repercussions. And by the way, Randy, it's number 3 in snowmobiles, Wisconsin, and it's like number 7-ish for all-terrain vehicle sales. So Wisconsin is an important state, and so you guys should be both proud of that, but also handle the responsibility of that. People pay attention to what you guys do. There's a reason Randy went to DC. They pay attention to what's happening in Wisconsin. Is that close? All right.
Jan,
Thanks.
It's a complex situation that we all got to put into the primer. I guess I'd like to go to the panel and see who might want to weigh in one way or the other. Again, there is no one side at this point. It's just trying to figure it out. And that was a bit of information I wanted everybody to be aware of, so you know it. So, Bobby.
Randy, I echo the words that Jan just shared with us. Both Yamaha and BRP, the two brands that we sell in our store, have also mentioned this to us, that in Wisconsin there's going to be a lot of road use. That's the term they use. They didn't call them routes individually, but road use. And they wanted to know if we as dealerships were promoting it, or if clubs were promoting it, or was the state promoting it, or kind of where was the whole idea coming from. So being in Wisconsin, I agree with you, Jan. I think we are being watched. And I do think there is a responsibility that goes with that, too. But secondly, one of the comments that I get continuously from customers is that when we sell them these ATVs and side-by-sides, or UTVs, is the tire wear is substantial. And of course, the tires aren't made for road use. So it's a very soft type of a rubber designed for good traction in slippery conditions, be it mud, water, ice, what have you. So because of that soft composition, the tires wear out really fast. Well, they're very upset when they come in and they've had 1,000 miles of use of their side-by-side that they paid $20,000+ for. And now we want another, $500, $600, $700, $800 for a set of tires installed on their vehicle. So there is a cost to the fact that you are riding on those types of conditions all the time. My concern not only is the cost to the consumer of it, but it's the safety to the consumer. And that safety aspect I'm talking about is taking a vehicle that's primarily designed for off-road conditions, meaning a vehicle that is designed to slide and move around with the terrain under it, versus a road-going vehicle which is designed to stick very aggressively and adhesively to the surface, like a car or a motorcycle that's on the road. You take that as two different dynamics as far as geometry goes, as far as body roll, as far as center of gravity. All those are put into the equation when you design these vehicles. So my concern is, are we creating a problem for ourselves that maybe the manufacturers didn't either know about or design into the vehicle because of the way we're using it? I would almost bet if you ask Jan and from Polaris and the gentlemen from anybody from any of the manufacturers, they would say that road use wasn't even a consideration when we designed and built these vehicles. Is that a correct assumption or not, Jan?
Vehicles are designed for off-road use. They're not tested. We don't design them for on-road use. That's why the tires are soft and gummy. That's why they have high centers of gravity, because they're capable off-road. They're not designed for off-road.
So we're actually trying to do something with a vehicle that, and it's not our fault. We shouldn't feel, that we're bad people because of it. But I don't think the intent of the designer who built this vehicle is suggesting we use it the way we do. And I know that the manufacturers make us aware of that. There's stickers all over. There's owner's manuals that they completely repeat it. But continually, we still try to go and choose to use it the way we use it. And my concern is this, and I don't want to talk all day about it, but my concern is this: if we continue down this road, of using these on routes, how long before the federal government, CPSC, whatever our branch of that might come on and start looking at us? I lived through that three-wheel debacle, let's call it, and I saw and learned how powerful the government in this country can be when they feel that the citizens of this country are being wronged, or at least in their opinion are being wronged. I don't want to see the livelihood of Lee and myself and fellow dealers, the fun that all of you enjoy today with these types of vehicles. I don't want to see that taken away from us. So I think these decisions that we make as a panel, as a group, as users, when we look forward down the road to where we're going to use these vehicles, just keep in mind that there is a higher power above us that can still control maybe what we can and can't do. And to say I'm fearful of the federal government would be an understatement. You ask any of the 4 Japanese manufacturers, why they don't have certain designed vehicles out there today, and they'll tell you because the legal system in this country is tough. It's very, very tough. It's very consumer protection environment is the way that this legal system works in this country. And because of that, I don't want to see, in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, whatever it is, the federal government come in and say, yes, you need to have 5-mile-per-hour bumpers. Yes, you need to have side doors with airbags. Yes, you need to have airbags on the steering wheel. And laugh at me like you think I'm a fool. I don't care. Those are realistic possibilities in this country, and that could happen. So just keep in the back of your mind as we're talking, as we're working through this as a group, that, we're trying to use a vehicle really for it's not intent, or its major usage is not the way we're trying to use it. So, again, I want to protect my business. I want to protect my consumers that buy from my business. And at the same point, I want the livelihood of the sport to stay alive. So just keep that in the back of your mind when we're all talking about this. Thanks.
Okay. Diane is on the docket, but I want to make sure that we have other people that get a chance to weigh in. So either head over by Spectacular Hank, or let Greg know so he can voice the deal. Okay, Diane.
I want to ask people out here, can you raise your hands if you rely on a route-driven place to ride your ATVs? You don't have trails, you've got routes. Okay.
Diane, what are you saying? They don't have any trails, or they need to get to the trail?
No, they're using their routes as their recreation.
Okay.
They don't have trails. They just opened their roads so they had some place to ride.
So they are road riding.
Right.
Okay.
Does that still hold true for those of you that raised your hand? Okay.
Hands for that. Okay.
That's the reason that we're in this situation, because there are parts of the state that we haven't put trails in for any number of reasons. And I'm not saying that we're going to be able to solve the world's problems here today. But I remember something that was said to me many years ago, and it's carried me through this job. And it's, there is a place for everybody. but that doesn't mean everybody gets to go every place. So you kind of got to ask yourself, okay, I have an ATV. I really like ATVs, but I don't want to drive up north in order to be able to ride it. I want to ride it here. But I can't get routes. I can't get trails because there's all this farmland, or I'm in the middle of Madison and they won't let me ride it up the street. So I'm going to figure out a way, or Milwaukee or whatever. There are some obstacles. I don't think you're ever going to get a road route in Dane County right downtown to the governor's door. You can try, but I don't think it'll happen. However, when you get out into the farm areas, you might have success. The advantage, and you've had the work laid out for you in the process by the snowmobilers. They have been doing this for years, going out and talking to the landowners, explaining to them what they want to do, and having the landowners be very cooperative with them. But they've also got a season that nobody else really wanted to be out there at that particular time, so they had a perfect universe. Now we have UTVs. We thought UTVs would only be out there in the summer. Where were we? I guess we left our brains at home that day, because you can put doors on them. You can put a roof on them. You can put a CD changer in it. You can put heat in it. You can turn it into the family wagon. In fact, I've seen UTVs that are bigger than one of my cars. So when I look at them, I realize that you could go out there in the wintertime and have just as much enjoyment as a snowmobiler does, but you've got all the amenities built into your vehicle. They've got all the amenities built into their clothing. Heated vests, electric windshields on their face masks, that kind of stuff. So you go out on the routes, and you decide, because you don't have a trail system close by, you're going to run routes. I've said this for years, and Randy can attest to this. You go back several years when we started talking about UTVs, and even before. It is only going to be a matter of time before someone in DOT, is there anybody here from DOT? Before someone in DOT has a little light bulb go on over their head. And it says, wait a minute, we're giving them 25 gallons of gasoline, gas tax on that, and they're saying they want 75 gallons, and yet we're finding out that a high majority of these machines are running on the roads. Guess what? They shouldn't even get the 25 gallons. They're going to pull that rug right out from underneath us, and we live by that money. That's what keeps us going. So I think whenever you're looking at a route, and I will give you a classic example. I live from here to the back of the room to an ATV trail. Up until recently, and I had no knowledge of it till after I saw the signs go up, they passed my road as a route. It was not. If I wanted to get on my ATV and drive over to that trail, I couldn't do it. And I said, oh, well, I can't. So what I ended up doing was, if I wanted to go ATV riding, put it on a trailer and take it to a trailhead and ride it. Snowmobilers did it for years, and I didn't see any of them die from doing that. They finally passed a public access law so that their visitors wouldn't have to do all that, and they got the advantage of it. But they're also riding in a different type of season, different type of equipment, a whole different scenario. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's different than what we were looking at. And I hate to sound like the curmudgeon here, but it isn't a right to be able to ride your ATV from your house to a trail. It is a privilege to be able to do that. And if I live in downtown Madison, across from the Capitol, and I want to ride my ATV out on a trail, it is not my right to be able to get on that road and go. It is a privilege if somebody worked hard enough to get a route through there. So keep that in mind, is when you want to ride this machine that you really enjoy, gives you a lot of relaxation and a lot of joy, you should be able to, but where it has been designated. And don't try and circumvent the system by getting a route because you can't go anywhere else. Try again and again to get a trail system and get on a trail. We have grants that will allow the counties to purchase linear trails. You can buy a linear strip of land, Maybe that's what you need in a particular location to stay off the road. Think about those things because we're always looking at opportunities to move trails off of roads and onto land.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. I want to flip to the other side of that. And our Vilas County folks are here, Dale's here. And I'm hearing that there's looking at dirt in Vilas County. So the philosophy has always been get the trail, you'll get some routes to connect them. And then there's so many obstacles, and I think that's to do with our image. Some of it's earned, some of it's not. But it kind of flipped and said, let's get the routes, and then we'll figure out how to get the trails in between. And that's working in places. And I would say the good news that Dale brought up about that, but Vilas County was a little unique. Ron DeBruin, would you say? Ron is the county board chairman, that he has to deal with all the others, in that there was an insurmountable for 14 years ability to get them to say the color of your shirt is blue, and they would come back and say, no, it most certainly is red. You can't negotiate for anything when that kind of situation is in front of you. So the only choice, is where I'm going, was to start there, but the trend that I'm hearing and feeling, and I think everybody is glad for, is we got some routes and now we want to try and get the dirt trails into there. So that's the other side of what's happened. And I've been at a lot of meetings. Where's my Antigo guys? We were up there. That's the only way to get to the trails. It just had to be. But then all of a sudden, you guys found some way to get some dirt under it, and you'll keep finding ways to get dirt under it. So what I'm trying to express is, it's not, every scenario is not the same. They're all different and they're unique. And we still are held by what Jan told us, by what we know. But that's the hard part about figuring this thing out. Now, the economic driver is sometimes lets us go places, and I shouldn't say go places, do things that we probably wouldn't be able to do unless it was that economic driver. But then there's that responsibility that we have to all look at collectively, that we don't want to doom ourselves. And I think that's what I heard Bobby saying, that's in there. So anyway, you get anything? God, I sound like a philosopher.
Randy?
Yes. Yes, where we at?
We've got a couple questions.
Oh, that's why they're kneeling. I thought
they're not praying to me. No.
All hail Hank. What I wanted to ask, and this kind of goes to a little bit to what Diane had commented. Last weekend, I coordinated a 65-mile trail ride through approximately 120 private landowners. That being said, it was a pre-season type event going through agricultural fields and things like that. You talk in terms of linear easements. Some of these people don't want to part with that parcel of land. Is there an opportunity to, some of these farmers are contracting for crops. Can we contract and buy their crops for a linear distance? You know, there's so many square feet in an acre. We calculate how many square feet we're talking about, how many bushel of corn you can get on that square feet, and we buy that crop. If we do something like that, does that get away from the landowner liability clause, or the cherry picker clause as sometimes referred to, and does that change potential liabilities on that behalf? So
I'm catching your question, but that one's one I'm going to ask Randy when this is all over and I do my research on this one, if you guys can post it on your website as a follow-up to this question.
Naomi wrote down the topic, and of course, look at Diane asking if I can put it on a website.
Maybe I should ask. I should ask Adam.
I was just looking at Adam
Yeah,
when you
yeah.
said that. Okay.
What'd
So
say,
you mean
Adam?
as a survey question, or as?
Well, as somebody bringing a question that I don't have an answer for, I would like these people to get that
We'll
answer at
capture.
some
That's
point.
why we got the easels,
Okay.
and that's something that we would. I was looking at we're working down in farm country right now. We were kind of shaking our head together on that. So, all right. Now, anybody else on that panel on that topic? Okay, Ron DeBruin.
Hate to beat up on the dealers, I remember watching General Motors try and push back because the market was for small fuel efficient automobiles. And they kept pushing back, and Japan kept cranking up cars. Look outside now. There's a lot of fuel efficient American made automobiles. My point with this whole thing is, if we've got 2,500 miles of trails and 4,000 miles of routes, if it were me, I would perhaps design a utility vehicle that might be more appropriate on a route. Thank you.
Ron, I'd like to speak to that because I am totally on your end of that one. However, I try to be a problem solver instead of a problem finder, and this is a problem finding situation that I'm coming up with here. And Jan, I would say the manufacturer, as I'm sitting here thinking about this whole issue, I know of this problem because I know you and I know this organization. Aside from being as a dealer, I don't know about this problem. Does that make sense to you? In other words, the manufacturer is not telling us that we're going to ruin our industry if we don't come up with a way to educate our customers that this is not a good idea. And I'm not charging you with that, but I can't come up with a better way because, Randy, there's 300,000 ATVs registered, ATVs, UTVs, right? How many belong to clubs? Roughly. I mean, is it 5,000, 10,000?
10,000, I would guess.
So what is that? A small percentage. My customers coming in the door, they all want to ride on the road. And I don't think I'm doing a good job of telling them they shouldn't be riding on the road for Bobby's reasons, because I'm not as technical as Bobby about all of that stuff. It's like, hey, it sounds like fun. Anyway, my answer to this is I think we need to get us dealers involved with an education program to speak as Bobby does. And you're charged as a manufacturer, I think, to help educate us.
And we're lucky in Wisconsin because we have the Wisconsin ATV Association. So they put on discussions like this. Other states don't have this interaction. So I'm offering that as an excuse for a manufacturer not to look out their window and forecast needs of people. Now, Wisconsin isn't unique either. There are other parts of the country, I'm sure, that are just as urbanized. Boy, I would hope everybody can hear me, otherwise I'll yell louder. There's got to be other communities in the United States that are urbanized just like we are here in Wisconsin. So it's not unique. Again, I talked about the automobiles. It's very obvious that there is a tremendous market. And you go to Florida, they're using golf carts to commute in retirement facilities. Excuse me, it didn't take somebody very long to start making choo-choo train golf carts and all the rest of that stuff. So
I would have swore I heard choo-choo golf carts. Is that what he said? But that brings up a point, though, about golf carts and electric vehicles and then neighborhood vehicles. Those are a different kind of vehicle that exist, and we get some of those customers that buy those, and they don't know the difference between the two. Let me go to John here, and then.
I was just going to reflect on, I'll use our township as an example. The town of Rome is a very highly recreational area. 54 square miles, there's 7,000 parcels of land, about 3,000 houses there. We're really mixed in our area as far as, like the gentleman had mentioned, about people using it for transportation. We have just under 3,000 homes in our township, and less than 50% of those are by residents. It's about a 60-40 split, 40% being residents, the other 60 coming up for the weekends, coming up for the summers, whatever. And we see a lot of the transportation type setup. And you can get to basically any bar and restaurant in our town. You can get to our motorcycle ATV recreational area by the trail and route system as well. That being said, we have almost between 4,000 and 5,000 riders a year over there. We don't have that many ride-in riders. People are trailering in to our facility. But our town is really mixed, and I'd say the northern third or so of Adams County is very mixed. We are very heavy to the route side in our township versus trails. And that's something we've struggled with. Any of you who've ridden in our area and are familiar with Monroe Prairie, the ATV club, they've lost a huge area there, a section of land that was the Bentley Hills area that is now being built into a big golf complex. You lose those trails, and our local county is struggling to be able to build on that, while other areas are struggling to get anything. We're I would consider our town board fairly progressive as far as they're looking at what we can do to better the town, to help the businesses in our town. And I think from a safety aspect, it's pretty decent. We don't have a lot of injuries, a lot of accidents, but it truly is, for us, and it's seasonal. The people who live around there use them more to recreate and go out on the trails, it seems like, where the weekenders that are coming up are using it more for the transportation and running around the town, as it were. So you have to be able to strike a happy medium as well with your town boards, with your take it one step further. We now allow golf carts on any roads in our town that speed limits at 25 miles an hour. We have two 18-hole golf courses right now. 2 more being built. There's going to be people lobbying for their road to be 25 miles an hour so they can ride their golf carts down. So you have to look at what you have. You have to look at what you want and what you need and what the future is going to bring too, because it's always going to be changing.
Great points. Up. Yes. What?
Questioning when we were there, he didn't give us permission because of the sticker on the machine.
Right.
Exactly what you can grab.
Yeah. Well, then the question, there was some towns, and again, Langley County, again, it's a different situation. They got a great trail system, but they can't get to the biggest city, Antigo, and so they had to get some routes. And what the route was designed for, we go by. That's always the pro. Right. But then to weigh in again.
Yeah, just quickly, a couple of things. Number one, we do try to innovate like Matt at Polaris. I mean, we do have global electric motor cars. We make those on-road vehicles, the GEM products for 25 miles an hour that are fully electric. From a communication standpoint, essentially all the manufacturers have gotten together and taken the position that these are off-road vehicles for off-road use only. The unintended use of these on pavement is a very difficult engineering challenge. I mean, think about how much a Jeep costs these days, and think about, on-road emissions with, the on-road stability control, kind of aspects with that desire to have the proper off-road safety systems and the proper off-road vehicle performance from soft gummy tires and high centers of gravity and such. It's really hard. And so, the official position is that they are for off-road use only, and we understand and strongly promote the industry. I mean, you see that. You see that in all the different ways we're doing that. It's a difficult problem. So that's why we're here talking about it. But, it's not one that's going to be solved overnight, but we do have to be very, very concerned about what we do here and how it affects all the implications from all of those other, federal agencies and such.
And then what I would contend what happens is we lose sight of the fun because it gets so complicated. General person comes up and they go, I don't even know what brand I have. It's a blue machine. I don't know if it has all this other stuff. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That's why this group is the core of everything. And that's why we got to get our businesses into the information loop so that we can, we sit in a room in Wausau, Wisconsin. Well, I need to be at Mike's where at least some information is there so people know, and at the dealerships and at the other resorts. And that's what our other program this afternoon's about. We got to figure out how to get this, once we figure out what it is, how to get the information out in the dialogue. Otherwise, all the hard work our clubs do is not going to go anywhere. So, yes.
Randy, last year Jan and I were speaking, and this really woke me up. I'm going to throw a figure out, but it's not exact. But let's say if we have to go to the emissions and everything that's required on these machines, you're looking at increasing the cost of your machine by approximately $2,000 to $3,000. Thousands. It's thousands of dollars to meet this. But there's another drawback. It's going to take the performance back by 30 to 40% besides, because this emissions pulls powers from your machine. It limits your machine. So you've increased your cost but decreased your performance. So that really woke me up last year when Jan and I had spoke about this, how this can really turn into a very big negative, I feel, as a user.
All of those figures and numbers, right? I mean, don't quote me on the specific amounts, because it all depends on what the regulation would be and such. But I can tell you that you guys, I mean, you start adding catalytic converters and all the rare earth, cadmium and all those kind of things that are in those, and you add all of those fuel systems, and you add all of that weight, and you add all of that sophistication, and then from a performance perspective, you have to offset all of that increased, all of those increased penalties in order to get back. It's a slippery slope.
Okay, panel, I need to weigh in here. Bobby, is there anybody else here? I mean, we're kind of getting there. Mike?
I had my hand up so long ago I forgot what I was going to say.
Sarcasm.
I think the manufacturers and the dealers have a great communication between themselves. So I think what Jan is sharing is the same thing that, especially the responsible dealers know this, because we've been talking about this for quite some time already. My concern about it is it's not easy for a manufacturer to design a multi-use and still offer maximum performance off-trail, legal and safe usage on road type use, so in other words, high traction surfaces such as concrete and asphalt, and then when it's all said and done, make it available to us at a price that we are willing to pay for it. They can make almost anything, that's for sure, whether it be Polaris or some other manufacturer. They're very smart, very intelligent. The bottom line to it is, can we afford it? So my concern is that, and I'll use an example, is BRP, for example. They were one of the first manufacturers with the neighborhood electric vehicle. As a matter of fact, it was called the NEV, N-E-V, neighborhood electric vehicle. They had it all built. They invested millions and millions of dollars into the designing of the vehicle. They finally had it built, and guess what happened when they built it? The federal government came out and said, well, guess what? That is a vehicle that can now go on the road. So now you have to have airbags, you have to have safety bumpers, and they went through the list. Guess what happened to that product? It doesn't exist. It's gone. That company spent a lot of money for absolutely nothing. Now, I'm not saying I feel sorry for them. They did it because they were trying to make money, but they didn't check out, or they didn't look into it far enough, or the federal government didn't communicate with them enough, or they didn't communicate with the federal government enough to know. But once the vehicle was finally built and sitting ready to sell, they couldn't sell it. So again, it's an education thing, and it's a communication thing between the government, meaning not just state, but federal government, the manufacturers who are building the vehicle, the dealers who are selling the vehicles, and in the end, all of the users of it. I don't think this is a real simple subject, folks. I think it's a subject that probably gets some people on edge. Some people are probably a little nervous about it, and there's probably a little, blood bursting out of a few people's veins right now. But the reality of it is that this isn't simple to come up with a vehicle that does it all safely, and yet exciting enough that it's still fun, and at a price that all of us are willing to pay for it. So just keep that in the back of your mind. And I know, Jan kind of said the same thing, and maybe not quite so many words. Okay?
Thanks, guys. Now I want to get
got another question over here?
let me get to Mike Peterson on our panel here. He had
Well, just real quick, and it's a little tongue-in-cheek, so I apologize, but I'm envisioning myself buying a side-by-side. My only access was going down the road. You're going to go down the road with the road noise, the wind noise, the poor handling. At what point do you stop and realize I just bought a really crappy car? Running down the road. But you can try to work on this and get a handle on the proliferation of road routes that are out there. But the reality is, I don't think you're ever going to get to all the people you need to, because in my experience, the process. Any town board chairman in the room? The process seems to be one person or two people go to the town board, road route gets done. How do you get a handle on that process? It's
the reality is, I guess, as we say it tongue in cheek, the genie's out of the bottle. Now we're trying to figure out how to get in front of it, whatever it is, and that's part of this process today. As Bobby said, it is not an easy. I'm sitting here with you guys going up to get it, but on the other hand, we got to look at this. So it's going to be an evolving thing. And like I said, we want to get to Mike's place, and we want to get to the tourism-driven part, but we got to do it without cutting our own throats, and that's the whole thing. Mark has a question.
Thank you. I'm Mark Kirby with the Three Lakes Nicolet ATV Club, and after hearing Diane talk and Bobby talk, I feel like we're way out of line with what we've been doing. But at the same token, we're trying to provide a form of recreation for the ATVers that are out there. In the township I live in, we probably have less than 2% of public land. Our area is blessed and cursed with a huge inland chain of lakes, as our friends in Vilas County are. And along with the lakes come a lot of wetlands and places that we just cannot access in the spring, summer, fall. Wintertime, we have an awesome snowmobile trail system. And, people come up there and we great year with that. But getting back to following the snowmobilers, we have miles and miles of trails that would be available to us if we could get some consent through the DOT. Oh, there's all kinds of right-of-way. There's right-of-way by us. There's highways by us that have 300 and 400, 500 feet of setback. That why can't we be utilizing this? But still, every time we go and sit in a DOT office, I'm sure a lot of my friends out here have, and you sit in these central regional offices of the DOT, and we just keep getting kickback. And, so we feel that if we could get some of those avenues open up, it would be great. And again, I'm sure, you guys have all heard this before, and you're probably tired of hearing it, but, we could certainly need some help there. And boy, if we could get a member, maybe of the DOT, to sit on the panel next time this is done, and they can find out really how we feel about this. So, okay, thank you.
Robin and Sarah.
Road routes are a big category, and what I envision a road route can be different in your area, and I think we may want to break the road route thing down into two categories. And because of the manufacturer's considerations, it's that hard surface. We have a whole bunch of road routes that are dirt, sand, gravel, and you don't have those situations. So you can take maybe, I don't know what percentage of that of our road routes, and you can take those off the table and say those do not cause a problem for the manufacturers. And maybe it's something we should look at as to a road route, if it's not paved, it's not that big a deal. And then maybe look at then how to address those hard surfaced ones. Because, if we're talking about a road route and it's highway, whatever, and it's got a hard surface and a lot of traffic on it, you've got certain considerations. But then we've also got road routes that I've been down, and we've got trails that are more highly developed than some of the road routes that we have. So a road is not always a road, and a trail is not always a trail. They all can look a little bit differently. So we have to also consider that when we're dealing with this whole thing. So.
Thank you, Rob. Sarah.
I just wanted to offer to, put Randy and Rob and whomever else in touch with my colleagues at DOT. We have a great working relationship with DOT, have accomplished some really big things because of that camaraderie and dialogue. So when you're ready, I will serve as a liaison. And whoever said it, it's an excellent idea to get someone from that state agency involved. That's how, when I was invited to get involved, and now 10 years later, we're seeing some extraordinary things happen with our joint promotions. Likewise with Diane and DNR and Kathy Stepp here. So that's what it's going to take, is to be able to, pull people together at the top.
We have had different settings with the department, and it's better than it was before. They acknowledged we were in the room. But there's some downside. We want to get our house in order first. So I was glad that you mentioned that, because I think we're discovering that our house isn't necessarily not in order, but we're trying to figure out which room it's in. And that's really kind of where we're at with this. Jeff, have you got, I had a comment here that I wanted to bring, and then, can you bring the mic over? Yeah. Over here we wanted to talk about, here was an issue about the rails to trails and some of the federal, the Drummond Trail and the Wild Goose Trail, and a lot of those have to do, it's frustrating for us when we don't think there's any traffic on them, and sometimes there isn't any traffic on them, but it was how they were funded. There's restrictions of the dollars that prohibit our use. Now, we were trying to figure out a way to change that, and that has to be done in Washington. We're fairly efficient on a state. As I found out, we're not all that effective in Washington because, as I think Ron Bruin mentioned, we don't have a lot of other WATVAs around the country. We would like to get that. So
before I'd like to just take a minute to address his question.
Can I go here and then back, or which one?
The gentleman here, and it's a 10-second answer.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Is this the same property or similar property that we looked at several years ago under a different secretary for the Nicolay, what I called the Rolls Royce of trails? Are we anywhere in that area? Because if we are, we have a different administration. They are much friendlier about ATVs. And if you're stuck because of some of the problem you have is on state property, the Nicolay was part of you remember the premium trail? If you've got state property, I would say, come back to the state, let us take another shot at it.
I guess I wasn't talking about that. I guess I was talking about the lack of public property in my township. But as luck would have it, there is a 2,000-acre wildlife refuge there that I am talking with the DNR about possibly putting a trail through. So, I mean,
that's good to know.
That wasn't the point I was addressing. Okay. It's just that, it does seem that there's a lot of acreage out there available in DOT right away that we should try to be taking advantage of.
Thank you.
Over here, boys.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Kubitsky, and I'm with the Chippewa Valley Engineers. Check one, check two. Good morning. My name is Jeff Kubitsky, and I'm with the Chippewa Valley ATVers. Got a bunch of my ATV friends with us today. One of the things that I didn't hear you discuss too much is speed limits for the routes. And like our group, quite recently, our last ride, I think we had 22 people out there for a trail ride. And all we needed to do was find a spot to go get some fuel and a spot to stop for lunch and make some pretty happy people at the fuel stop and the restaurant. To get from the trail system to those lunch stops, we don't need to go 55 miles an hour. And I know that with my own vehicle, I can go 55 down the highway, but if I want to go out and do NASCAR like Jeff Gordon, there's a lot of extra safety things that have to be designed in my vehicle. I think that the manufacturers could design a vehicle that would be capable of going 25 miles an hour safely down a road route to get from the trail back to other places that we want to go to. So when you talk about not being safe on the road, well, maybe an ATV or UTV isn't safe going 70 miles an hour down a route, but 25 miles an hour to putt along to get 3 or 4 miles from a trail to another stop, I think that's perfectly fine.
Jeff, and by the way, their club hosted our last regional ride. I'm just saying, and we stopped for our break in the middle of the woods, and I said, "That smells like cookies." They had cookies in the middle of nowhere for us, so you might want to raise the level up a little bit. Thank you for that.
Another challenge.
That would be the northwest. Just so Terry hears that. All right. See, I got to try to keep this light because I know, like Bobby said, this is an intricate, frustrating. What do you got? Because I mean, WATVA gets sometimes the moniker that we don't support road routes, and that is absolutely not true. But unfettered is true. It has to be within the design, or like I said, we have to figure out if the program needs to be changed and be something different. And I'm not saying it does, but I'm saying that's sometimes you keep asking the right question and society changes and how we use those machines, and you get now 330, now all of a sudden we're 500,000 people with machines, and it's a whole different use. Well, we got to figure out how that works. John. Oh, yes.
We got less than an hour before lunch. If we want to touch on the third topic and get off the trails and routes a little bit, and then if we got some time, we'll go back.
And anybody else last kick?
I was just going to mention, as an example, I live and work in Adams County. I'm the Highway Safety Commissioner or Coordinator for Adams County, and I serve on the board for the Wisconsin Highway Safety Coordinators Association. Other board members, we've had discussions at our meetings about where they're in areas where they have no routes whatsoever, and they've expressed their fears in opening it up for the concerns that have been mentioned, for road damage, for fear of the accidents, whatever. What I would say, if you're in an area where you're looking at opening up trails, I guess I would recommend that you at least contact every county by statute is going to have a traffic highway safety commission, whatever you want to call it, traffic safety commission. And if you're looking at opening road routes, to have conversations with that group, and you might belay some of their fears and vice versa. I think it would be a good way for you to move forward and possibly build that relationship, if need be, in with the DOT as well. So I just wanted to mention that because in the meetings I've attended, we've definitely had several conversations from the highway side about the same thing.
That's great info. Anybody else on the panel on that? Anybody from the audience? Otherwise, we're going to go to the third panel. Oh, yes. Hold on just a second, Sally. The spectacular Hank Wozniel is flittering over to you. I didn't know if he flittered.
Hello. I do realize how dangerous the routes can be. And we get some routes because we have no alternative. But I see something that I don't think anyone I have ever heard address is when it comes to landowners and it comes to farmers, I think the reason they say no to us is because we're not educating them. They fear that going on their property will hurt their property and their farmland. And I'm wondering if we don't have some way of communicating and educating these people that we can show them that this is a safe alternative and this isn't going to hurt their farmland or their property, that if we educate them more to show them how this can be safe, that we get more easements, we wouldn't have to have so many routes.
That's why we're capturing that. Now, some of that being the insurance guy that I am, the farmer, private landowner thinks about the liability, obviously, so we need to educate them on that. Some of what Diane mentioned and what we've kind of got drafted up is a way to buy linear trails. We're thinking about changing something with our non-resident trail pass dollars for that kind of use. So some of that is in the start, but then in the educational mode, I totally concur with that. All right. We have panel 3. Impacts of funding. So the idea here is the panelists and our group here, I guess we want to do this. The following questions. We ask it a couple years in a row. We've been watching. Diane had the numbers she gave us for how many dollars we've been requested for trail new grants and how much we had. We had this a couple years ago. Was it 2 years ago where we had this 1 year of nothing while the system adjusted, meaning you don't estimate how many ATV registrations and UTV registrations there's going to be. The state said, for 1 year, we're not going to do anything with new. We're going to let the cycle flop around 1 year. Now, the next year, we'll know exactly how many you sold, so you'll know exactly how much is in your conservation fund to pay for it. So that caused a pent-up demand, is our theory. We had 2 years of grant apps that we had to contend with. So I think we'll know a little better this year what the picture looks like. But then we got to come back to you, and unfortunately, we got to come back to you, and you got to go back to the people that aren't in your club. And that's why I want to get Mike and the other business, Tom, and to the dealerships where we can reach the consumer. If we use 10,000 as the example of members, the problem is how do we communicate with the ones that aren't? And so we have to find it, in our point of view, my point of view, we got to have different points of contacts so we can spread your message and our message and get that information out. And that's all part of this afternoon, actually, how we got to keep developing those other points of contact to get that. First, you got to inform them, then you got to educate. And you can't make the education. We're a fun group. So that's why Adam has convinced me that's too much reading, man. You only got a nanosecond to catch society nowadays, so it better be in video. I hate to say it, but that is true. So that's all part of the equation. So now we're back to the question about increasing. And then how do we get the message to the non-members of your clubs and WATVA about that? And then what will be happened? We wrote down what will happen to our sport if we can no longer, in some cases, are we going to have to close some areas if we can't be fully funded? And without funding, can we still add new trails? Now, you might have heard us talk about, Rob, I think, made an excellent point. A road is not a road. What's the surface? Where is it? That's why we came up with this trout thing for many years. That's an unpaved road. But there might be some more of those kinds of things that we're looking in the same box. We got to keep finding different boxes to look in and see. But tell us, if you would, panel, what do you think about I heard you at your opening introductions. We're at $30. We're $15 a year to recreate on 12,000 miles of 2,000 that are dirt, 10,000 that are route systems out to there. Is $15? What would be the number? Mike, what do you think? Let's just hear your points. I mean, it's an arbitrary. We're not going to say.
That's $1 million question. What's too much for you and what's too much for me? I agree. We need to raise it to keep our funding up, to keep our stuff, our trails in good condition. I think that's some of the most important stuff that we got to do as clubs is take care of our trails. No matter if we have to raise our own money or if it's fun. So to raise it, I think, is a no-brainer. How much? I don't know that answer.
Yeah. John, what philosophy might you offer to the mix before I turn it to you guys?
Well, I guess I would just say that I agree that it needs to be raised, and truly, what number do you pick? The first thing I would think is, it's 20? I don't know. It's where is that number, and what would that do, You look at, personally, if you doubled it, would it bother me? No. I would pay it and I would be happy because I live where, number one, I use it as an ATVer. Number two, I see it because our town is UTV and ATV friendly. So when you see the benefits of a program, it's a lot easier to feel better about paying for it. I would have no problem if you doubled it, but that's my personal opinion.
Let me go to the panel and I'll come back. Mike.
Well, I'm obviously looking at it from the other side of relying on those funds to keep our trail systems in place. However, if you follow the trend, say from the snowmobile program, how many years have we been unable to get even new miles in the snowmobile program? Last year, we had a mandatory trail relocation. They ran out of money long before they ever got to a project. We had shut down a major section of our snowmobile trail program because there was no money to relocate. And I reference that because I'm afraid that the ATV program may be following that same trend on funds dwindling away. So I would hate to see that program go as far into the, let's just say, into the red as the snowmobile side has gone. So hopefully, whatever the increase would be, we would certainly support it from a trail manager side.
Okay, Michelle, from your
having been there for that situation and losing the trail that Mike is talking about for this year, I would completely agree. I think people are going to be willing to pay a little bit more as long as the trails exist and they're maintained well. I've also been appointed for Snowmobile Recreation Council, and I've had a lot of questions from people in my area and from visitors as I'm traveling through sport shows about the increases on the snowmobile side right now. And at first, I'll be talking to somebody at a show and they'll say, well, why are you guys raising it? Well, after I explain it to them and explain where the money goes and how terrible it's been these last few years, and I've used our losing that trail this season as an example, people are more than willing to pay a little bit more to do it. It's just a matter in educating them on why do we need the increase. And I know on the snowmobile side we're talking about that significantly right now. And how do we get a concise message out that's very brief so that people will listen to it? And I think it's going to be the same thing on the ATV side. You need to explain to people, you need to reach out to those people. And one of the questions that I would have is your clubs and WATVA as a whole, are you reaching out to your local chamber, your local tourism, whoever's running your visitor center? Because I think of how many ATVers I get in on a daily basis, how many people our staff is talking to. Do they know that the clubs exist? Do they know what the clubs are doing? Is that information there for them?
See, and I got this philosophy as I move to Sarah now that you guys are the marketing arm. How about we let you guys, no, I'm just kidding, deliver the message. But maybe you can help us. Maybe you can help us.
So Michelle makes the perfect point in that your communication strategy is key. And the other piece that I will say, and from my perspective as the marketing entity, that's all we do. So we don't get involved in anything but promotion. But what we have to pay attention to is what the competition is doing, so that we know if we raise our price on whatever it might be, that we aren't pricing it out of a competitive advantage. So that's thing one. Thing two is the communication. But what I will give you is a real example of when there is opportunity for dollars, how we as the State Department of Tourism and your association can come together and leverage whatever it is that you set aside for marketing. A great example is an ATV guide that we were able to do because there were dollars that came as a result of registration fees. Now, this was a long time ago, and I know the money's designated for trail use, but the point being is that everything costs money, and when you are innovative and moving forward, you just have to understand that if you can communicate the benefits, the opportunity does exist to do some pretty good things with additional budget.
Okay, thanks, sir. Lee?
I want to concur with you, Sarah. That's very good advice and the message is what it's all about here. I think about it, if any of you golf, I don't golf, but it seems to me it costs just about as much to golf as our 2 years of registration costs to go once. You have 12,000 miles of trail to ride on for $15 a year. I can't imagine anybody squeaking if we charged them $100 a year to ride on that 12,000. I'm not suggesting that. But I'm saying that I think that we need an increase here. And maybe the shock effect of $100, but I'll give it to you for $30. might be the right way to present it. I don't know. Anyway,
We got some squirming there, Lee.
The correct spelling of Lee's last name.
I'm used to complainers, so what the heck.
Let's hear what
Sharon,
she
we'll
has
come
to
back to you.
say.
I just want to let the panel continue, and then Pete's over here, and then Sharon. Okay.
Well, Lee the capitalist just showed up again, okay?
Well, actually, that's going to cost me
Now,
money.
are you taking 70 of that yourself, or where is this all going? So, seriously, I am definitely, like most of you, I hate it when fees go up for anything. It seems like as citizens of this great country, we're just taxed to death. And I'm sure there's not one of us in this group that doesn't feel that way. However, having said that, we're recreating. And for recreating, there is a cost. And I truly believe that we're falling behind, and not just from a competitive nature, as you mentioned, but I think we're also falling behind with the times. And we all want and demand a better trail system. There's more of us out doing it. We now have higher powered vehicles with bigger and more traction, bigger, wider tires, and more horsepower to spin those tires and make those tires go around. So the upkeep of those trail system is going to cost more just from the basic usage of the vehicle we're using. So is it going to go up? Yeah, I think it's inevitable. I think you can compare it a little bit, whether you want to call it a sales pitch or not, but the road system in Wisconsin has improved a lot over the years. Yeah, it's got potholes and things like that, but how many 4-lane roads do we have today compared to what we used to have 30, 40 years ago? It used to be every road was a 2-lane road, and some of them were a narrow 2-lane road. Look at the road system we have today. Look at how many roads are at 65 mile per hour speed limits. Look how much faster we can get from city to city because of our road system. But guess what? We're paying for it. Our license fee goes up for our car. Our title fees go up for our cars. The roadway fees for semis go up. So it's being paid for. It's a self-funded program as well. So I don't think it's unfair for us to assume it's going to cost us more, whether that's today or in the future, to have a better trail system. And if that's called selling, then that's what it is, and that's what we all have to do. I call it education, but that's really the way I see it.
Bobby? Rob?
I wrote down a couple of notes here. I got 3 things on this funding, and I don't know what the magic number is. All I know is, after serving for a long time on the ORV Council, seeing the costs of projects, seeing what we're funding. If we add new programs, we added that trout program, which is going to take some additional funding in our maintenance portion of the budget. Each year, our funds have been going up a little bit or kind of staying fairly stagnant, but the costs for maintenance are increasing all the time. For each mile of trail that we add, even if we don't add very many, we have more money goes into our maintenance budget every year. So that if our funds stay the same and we add more trail miles, our maintenance costs go up, so we have less for new projects. That's the reality of it. With some of these new programs where we're talking about purchasing land and easements, that's going to be a huge capital. Land is really expensive, and especially in areas that don't have trails, some of the land purchases could be incredibly expensive. The other thing is, just last year, we had new trail mile requests. And how much do you think it costs to build a mile of trail? Because you'll all be wrong, because it's all over the place. We had requests that came in from zero, a new mile of trail for nothing. It was already there. We could add it to the program, all the way up to we had one request that was just under $1 million for a mile of trail, and we had everything in between that. So if it costs us $1 million a mile to build a trail, we can build you 2 miles of trail a year, and that's all we can do. So that's not going to build the program very fast. We're not going to get very many of these zeros anymore. It used to be with the water regulations, with all the standards that we have to meet, it's become incredibly expensive to build a trail that's going to hold up and last. So, what do we want? If we want to keep what we've got, we can keep the registration where it's at, And I would say, guessing in 5 or 10 years, our program will be where the snowmobile program has been for the last 15. We won't be able to do anything new. We'll be able to maintain what we have, and we'll be stagnant. And we'll probably start falling backwards at that point, because when that bridge wears out, when that new trail rehabilitation, when a trail goes to heck, we won't be able to fix it. So then our trail miles will gradually start decreasing. So we're kind of at that point where we've got a little bit of time to decide what we want to do before our program starts declining. I don't want to get to the declining portion. And I don't know what it is honestly going to take. I can't tell you. Is it going to take an extra $5 from everybody, or is it going to take an extra 20? I don't know. But it's going to happen, and soon.
Okay, I want to go to Diane, but those that attended our regional meetings, we thought we had a number last year, but then what happened is we looked at a longer length of time on the state totals, so that's why we had to take into account that 1 year and let's see what the trend goes. Because whatever we bring to legislature, we have to be able to back it up. It can't be, we want $50 because we want $50. We got to come up with something that will convince them, because they're going to be hearing it from their constituents. So Diane.
Are you expecting something particular from
No,
me?
no.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. You're a state employee.
Just a little while longer.
For a little bit.
I'm just been cruising through the numbers from last year, and Randy's right. We had a 1-year moratorium, and what it was so we could build up the cash to spend what we earned. I don't know how you all keep your checkbook, but that's kind of how I keep mine. I don't spend hoping I make enough to pay my bills. I spend what I actually made and is in the bank so I can write that check. And the state wasn't doing that. And so now we have a Chapter 20 authorization, which means the budget tells us X number of dollars. Last year, 2.7. And then we take the number of machines times the gas tax times the 25 gallons, or the other way around. We get about almost 2 million, 1.9. So we started out with 4.6 in dollars. And what I'm looking at the numbers here, and we're paying $600 a mile to maintain your trail for year-round status. We're paying $100 if you have winter on there. So essentially $600 for spring, summer, fall, another $100 for winter. So you're getting $700 a mile. If you add snowmobile to that, they're bringing in $250.
UTV. If you had UTV,
we'll get there. We'll
Okay.
get there. So I'm talking just, I could throw UTVs in and really screw up everybody's thinking, but it's easier to stick with regular numbers. So we've got UTV as well, as Randy points out, but right now we're looking at $700 in ATV money. And if the snowmobiles use it, that's another $250. They haven't been able to adjust that. And every year I worked with that program, they kept saying we've got to increase our rates, but we just don't have the money. And while I completely understand what they were saying, they're right. They didn't have the money. But you guys have got one guarantee. No matter what the weather does, you will always have dirt. You don't have to wonder if it's all going to wash away tomorrow. If you're not going to have the right kind of dirt, if it will blow away because it's too fine, or if it's too wet and it clumps up, you're going to have dirt. So you know you've got an activity that you can do somewhere any time of the year. So you got $800,000 a mile roughly if you've got snowmobiles, and they will use every penny of their $250 because they need to. But you've got the rest. And the reason that we increased it from $450 to $600. I don't know if any of you remember the discussions we had. Anybody at this table might have remembered them. But the reason was because we were seeing so many rehabilitation projects. And that's because we couldn't rehabilitate with the money we had, so we waited until it got damaged enough that we could come in with a rehabilitation grant. And I'm looking at the numbers for rehab. Now remember, after we paid our maintenance, we had $2.9 million. Trail rehab was $1.5. We awarded 1.3. Now we were in the hole. If we funded everything, we were in the hole over $2 million. But 1.5, did we sit down and really examine those projects and say, why didn't you do this with the $600 we gave you? We didn't question that. But we funded $1.3 million in rehab. That number was supposed to go down, and it didn't. Then we look at another, we did some new miles. That's the one great thing about this program. I'm sorry to say, over snowmobiles, we have funded new miles. I know you want to, but I also know what your financial situation was and just couldn't. We funded new miles. That was, summer miles was our next biggest expenditure. We had over $1 million requested, and we funded $680,000 worth of new miles. Summer miles, summer when we want to get out and ride. We also put in these new trouts that I was assured were going to be very minimal. We funded $22,000 worth of those trouts. And so I'm not sure they're as minimal as we thought they'd be. We didn't get far enough down to even fund any routes. It's an available category, but it's not high enough to get funded. We did fund winter miles, and we couldn't do support. How many of you have been at any of the campgrounds? Minong, Drummond. There was a third. Oh, Shell Lake. Shell Lake hasn't been built yet. But we had funding in all of those. We got a request for $1.5 million because the word got out that we have got all this cash. Just go to the ORV council and they'll give you money. We had a group that didn't even have an ATV trail to their park, but they wanted us to renew it. We spent $67,000. We didn't spend a lot of money on that category. I'm just telling you, your money is being placed in the priority that everybody determined when we started the program. You can see that asking to increase it is the only way we can stay above, with our head above the water. Otherwise, we're going to be bobbing up and down periodically. Do I have a suggested amount? I will say this. If you are successful in getting a fee increase, make it one that you can live with for quite a while. Because I don't think that you're going to be able to go back to the table over and over to get another one. We haven't asked, but I can remember one, maybe two times, my memory isn't as good as it used to be, that we asked for pay. Was it one?
We've only had one increase in the program's history.
So I'm saying make it worth your while.
Okay, thank you, panel, for that. I'm going to go to Pete.
Thank you. The one gentleman that sells bikes and stuff, that's a millionaire, you know.
Lee the capitalist.
Talking about golf. To go golfing for 9 holes with a cart's $20.
Is how much?
$20.
$20.
Around us. And that's one time. We can ride ATVs or UTVs for $15 and go 3 times a week. I think it to $30
Per year?
per year.
$60 every 2.
And if you're a member of a club like the snowmobiles are talking about doing, if they didn't already, you get it for $10 less or something.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Yeah, we're watching, Dave. We're watching the snowmobile program because it's 4 years you got to see if it's going to be permanent. So that's why we're just going to go with we're going to see what happens over there.
I would be $10 if a guy goes, 6 or 7 times. That's nothing. You spend more than that to go have a beer.
Go out to dinner for fish Friday night, $30.
Thank you. Sharon had a comment. Hopefully you can still remember it.
Don't be shy.
When you live in okay. When you live in a county like I do, and the nearest trail is 60 miles away, but you want to be able to patrol because you teach classes and don't get paid for that either. And the patrolling is free and it's expensive. You cannot just, arbitrarily, we'll just double it. Raise it $10 a year. I would go for that. But it's 60 miles to the nearest trail for me to do my job and not be paid. We'll all get paid, especially the capitalists there. So,
Be careful
we're
what you
out
say.
here
People will
donating
remember it.
our.
I deserve that.
You got her. We're out there doing all these things for nothing, but we still have to put license on there and abide by all the other things, but we don't get paid for it. So keep that in mind too, or you're going to lose some trail patrollers and everything else.
Yeah, well, and again, because pretty much I would contend that the majority of people here, because you're mostly club people, get that, but it's the vast majority that don't understand at all what work you guys put in and you guys are put in and all of us are put in. So that it's two different, it's multiple audiences, probably more than two.
And it doesn't have a single piece of public land. It doesn't have an ATV trail in it. I ride the ATV because it's fun riding a small little personal machine and that. And I don't think many people do that, and that's why it's okay. And that. No, I figured it out one year. I guess I average over 2,000 miles a year, or 2,400 miles a year. I told somebody that, well, that don't seem like very far, and they said, well, that's from the heat. That way it looked pretty far. Registration as long as I've owned my machine. I think the hardest part of our fee increase is in fact when you go from 50 to that's a 100% increase. Now I think if you went from if you could somehow do it, raise it $5, go from $30 to $40. Next year go from $30 to $50. That might be acceptable. But to just 100% increase, people will try to BH like that. Diane touted again, I guess I get back to the Drummond campground. They're in funding, and that never should have been funded with ATV funds. And about I'll quit writing. Up to however little it be or however big it be, if they can unload their machine and ride from there, and every day have to trail their machine, that's all.
Just one point on the first registration increase. We went from it was 20 to 30, so we did more than double it. The reason that we went with a fairly large step was that we knew it was going to be a long time before we would get another increase. Now the program started in 85, 86. We had that increase, what was that, 2002. So we lasted, you can figure you're looking at that kind of a time frame before you can have another increase. And generally the legislature is not very optimistic about a phased-in increase. They say just get it over with and done. You know, don't make the misery last too long. If you're going to have people complain about something, get it done, get it over with, and then everybody kind of forgets about it. It's always kind of painful when it first happens, and then after it happens, people kind of tend to forget about it. So if we're going to do it, need to get her done. And I don't know. Again, I don't know what that amount is, but that's where we went from 12 to 30 the last time.
See, we have a plan, Dave. We know everybody's going to be mad at AAWSC that's not a member. So we figure we'll strike while they're all mad at you guys on the snow side. And we can sneak in over here and nobody will know. Just kidding.
Question for everybody in the room that looks at handlebars or a steering wheel. Obviously, a lot of time and effort went into this $15 registration fee that we're currently at, and probably looking at a lot of meetings and a lot of legislative effort to raise it by $5, by $7, by $9. I look at the gentleman behind me and others in the room here have suggested different amounts that they'd be willing to pay. Quick show of hands, if you had a checkbox on your registration form that said, I would like to donate money to the DNR that would go specifically for trail expansion and maintenance, how many in this room would put an extra $1, $5, $10? Maybe the Winnebago guy would throw in $1 million, I don't know, but it would be up to the individuals that use the trail. Obviously, you guys are all here because you like the sport and you want to see this continue. How many people in the room, just raise your hand, would throw in an extra buck? Okay.
I would probably reword that, Jeff, though. No offense to my friends at the DNR, but I would probably say to the ATV Conservation Fund.
Something, so that would go back to the trail maintenance.
Yeah.
An expansion.
And I'm not sure if there's a legality. We'd have to check on that. I think there's a legal process on that, but
it's a way of supporting our own sport.
Yeah, I put that up there. Check box, authored by. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'll get these checked. Back here, one other question. Yes. And the forum is now open for other questions. Stay on this, or if you have something else. So,
my name is Larry Market. I'm from Red Arrow Snowmobile over in the Townsend area. Snowmobile ATV. We're a dual species club, so we work both sports. And I know with our snowmobiles, with the increase in registration and things that we've done there, but people, and I think it's one of the things that people that are not directly involved with the trails and what it takes for trails and so on do not understand. And I can say this because last year I brought a couple of people from the Sheboygan County area up, and we took them out and we were cleaning up trails prior to the ATV opening, and they said, boy, we didn't realize how much work people put in order to keep these trails going. I mean, a piece of grooming equipment alone for the snowmobile side on a new groomer costs you over $200,000. That's what these clubs are putting out for equipment to get out there. We're looking at the ATV side, and for a groomer for that, just for grooming the Nicolay Trail, is like $20,000. So there's a lot of expenses going out for equipment that if the clubs weren't out there doing some of this fundraising on the side, that we wouldn't even have this equipment to groom and upkeep the trails in our area. And that's the one thing that it takes, and people that don't belong to clubs don't understand and haven't taken the time. I disagree with one thing, and I've been involved only for a couple of years now with pulling maps together throughout the Oconto County area, and in fact sit on with a group in Oconto County excuse me, where we're setting up trails not only for ATVs, snowmobile, we're looking at horseback riding, hiking, all of the sports. So that's looking at trails throughout this whole state, or throughout the whole county. But my point being is I have taught or assisted in teaching, and I'm working to get my certificate for teaching. And I know that there was a point made that about not getting the thanks, but I can tell you that when we get rid of, or not get rid of, but get done teaching a course, I feel that I get plenty of thanks for those young people that came to take the course and tell us how they appreciate that we offer this so that they can get out and ride their ATVs.
That is very true. Well, by the way, before he starts, you said those people were from Sheboygan that didn't understand that. That was not
that you?
me. That was not me. Oh, okay.
That's right.
I'm from Sauk.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Carl Christensen, Red Arrow Snowmobile and ATV Club. And this is just my opinion. It doesn't make any difference whether you're going to double it, whether you're going to add $5, or if you're going to the $100 from the millionaire. It isn't going to change it. I mean, me and my history of life, I'm 61 years old. Hunting license, fishing license, everything goes up. We grumble and moan about it, everything else. We wind up paying it, and a few years later, it does it all over again. For the ones that really respect and understand what a privilege this is, not a right, you don't mind paying a few bucks for it.
I knew there was a reason that you retired recently. Dave Newman.
Probably should give a little perspective from somebody that's dealt with this question for the last year since we passed our legislation. And I can tell you I've gotten phone calls and emails just about one a day ever since that time. So I've talked to a lot of people about it. For you that don't understand what the snowmobile program did, we did raise, our registration actually went from $30 for 2 years to $30 for 3 years. And part of the reason behind that was to eliminate the drop in registrations on a poor snow year to level it out more. But it also developed a new trail pass for residents, not only non-residents, but also residents. And the cost of that is $30 per year. It's going to be an annual trail pass. And then there is a discount for belonging to a snowmobile club where you get it for $10. So it's a $20 discount. Most of the feedback we've been getting has been, people have been upset about it to begin with, but once he explained that all the money is going to go back to the clubs and going back to maintain the trail system, for the most part, almost entirely everybody's on board with it. And we get a few yet that are still opposed to it, but most of them, once they realize the DNR isn't getting rich off of it, makes a lot of difference, and most of the time they're fine. Obviously, we're going to see a huge influx in new members in our snowmobile clubs, which was part of the emphasis behind this the program to begin with, because we're all getting a lot older and we need more younger members involved, and this is the way to do it. We're obviously going to see that. We'll see how much of that we get and how much you'll get paid at $30. But in the long run, even though it's going to basically almost double the cost. For a snowmobiler, for the most part, most people, once they realize it's going back to maintain the trails, they don't have a problem with it.
Hey, Hank, could you get Dave's phone number? So I'm going to change my business card. Skip.
A little. Our us, they wanted to go all the way up, and they got it. What we went to $26 to go to anybody that rides on a road that's open, paved or dirt, and then $10 into the designated trail fund. Went from $16 to $36. We wanted incremental to 25, 30, 35 in a 3-year plan, and then have it every 3 years legislatively. Our legislators wanted that. But again, the UP legislators don't have the power of the people downstate. What we saw, and I know some of my friends right over here that come to the UP to ride, we lost a lot of people coming up here this past year. Our businesses noticed that they were happy to go in northern Wisconsin where it was as inexpensive as it is. And their basis in the DNR was just give it time. We said, well, that's the same thing. We said, just give us time to go up. Don't double it right away. So you may think it's easier, but it's not. It will hurt you whether you like it or not. One of the things that we suggested, but again, we didn't get it, was why not have a tax on the purchase of a new machine set into our recreation trails fund? Then why not have all user paid? All user paid. Why not have a whopping $1 out of the pillow tax, what we call our pillow tax? You may have a room tax, a lot like what you did in Brown County, and they're doing in Milwaukee right now, to go into the Recreation Trails Fund. Then we said, why not have a small tax on the off-road tires like the on-road tires have? Motorcycle tires that are on-road pay a tax. Why not have that? All these taxes would be so minimal that nobody would notice it, yet it would have brought in over $2 million per year by doing these things and having a small increase. They would have got the same amount of money, if not more, and not ticked anybody off. But they went to the $36, and we're feeling it right now. But hopefully in a few years we don't. But there's a lot of ways to be able to get the money that nobody will notice. Nobody will notice, and they're all user fee, and everybody's happy.
I'm exhausted, Skip.
I didn't write any of that down.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. That's. Yeah, and that was the radio announcer that came out. Yes, Audrey.
Okay. Is this on? Okay. I don't know if we would do a raise or increase, when it would go into effect, but something that we should have been doing for the past 20 years is a very informative one-page sheet telling the people where this money is going and where our deficits are. Because if we can start educating them, when it does raise, put why it raised, and I could see a very informative sheet, and then the people that go, well, it raised, and then you're putting a couple websites where they can get information about where they could ride the trails, and it's education. Education. And why couldn't we put a one-page sheet in with their stickers? So that's all I got to say.
Okay. We need back behind you there after you're done, Greg. What time is it, guys? I don't have my... What time? Okay, quickly, because meals.
All right, my name is Paul Vilwak. There seems to be a common theme going on here, I guess. Increasing the fees, I've asked people about that. They've balked at doing double and even 20. So you are going to lose people. They're going to get ticked off. There's families, cost. They're going to give up writing. So there's that. It's going to happen, like Skip said. So you have to be careful how much you go up. But the common theme here is education. That's true. We need to educate. We also need, and by education, I mean educate the user. How is it going to benefit them? What benefit are they going to get? So that they're willing to pay that much money.
Right.
Because this example, this winter has snowmobiling. Met some group. They put on 2,000 miles or so a year in snowmobiling. They do day-long trips, spend big bucks hotels and stay. They're happy to go to Skip's UP and ride because of $45 fee. They found out that the trails were that much better that they were willing to pay that much. So if we're going to increase the fees, we have to make it worthwhile. They have to see a benefit.
Right. And I don't mean to get drugged down in this. We can't get drugged down in this. We've gone around. Something's going to happen. It's how we do it. But the education isn't for us. That's the problem. The people that we're trying to educate don't want to be educated. That's the problem. It's a whole different deal. So we'll figure that out, I guarantee you, sometime. Last one here, Dick, and then we'll break.
Just take a minute, Randy. Steve Decker, Eagle River. I have not heard multiple-use trails mentioned. To me, I think if they put more emphasis on multiple-use trails, I know we have some in Wisconsin, but they got a lot of them in Michigan, a lot of places where we go. They really work. It would take a little of the pressure off the use of hard surfaces with the routes, but also would combine the forces, not only the trail grooming and taking care of it, but the money. And I really think that might be the answer if we could go in that direction, and it might help a lot of the problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Now, the importance of this exercise is the local economy. Mike and Tom's business and Bobby and that guy there.
Don't say it.
All right, I won't say it.
Mr. Capital.
And like in a White Lake and the small businesses there, and then your communities won't prosper if we don't keep our registration programs strong. Now again, I'm preaching to the choir here is the problem, but once we figure out the way to communicate it, way to educate it, then the task is how to get it out to the non-people. That's the ones that 10 people can make a call to a lawmaker and it changes everything and they're not part of the group. So that's our challenge as we see it. Whatever we come up with, we'll come up with a number we can all live with. But how to get it out, that's going to be the challenge that I foresee. And that's why we're spending so much time going back in and seeing where we were a deficit. We weren't getting to where those people go because they're not coming to Wausau, Wisconsin. They're coming to your store and they're coming to buy a hamburger there, and we got to figure out how to make that match up. That's our philosophy. Short?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I just didn't know if I'd been given the thumbs up.
Yeah.
For those of you...
That was the good finger.
Oh. This is the bad one. For you capitalists and non-capitalist power sport owners, would something like what Audrey is suggesting, we tell you where the money went? Absolutely. That you could hand out to your customer when you're talking about a new machine and saying, I'm assuming something that I should not assume, that they have something that talks about joining a club. If they have something and you say, here's where your money went, here's where the money went last year, would that help in the process of, as we're looking at rate increases and as we're looking at mentorship? Because I don't see these people we're talking to the choir here. They've been there, they've done it. We can preach to them all day long, but they know the sermon better than we do. So what I'm thinking is we've got to get to the rest of them. And that's either we get to the primary market or the secondary market, and that has to be the dealers that are selling, trading up, whatever they're doing with these machines. If we can provide a simple tool that does not require a lot of work on their part or a lot of cost on their part, they're going to, I would think they'd be willing to just hand something out. They really don't care what it says, but it's going to help them pitch a club.
Yep, and the dealership is one, and the trailside business is a second. That's the other market that we're working on. Good points. Okay, now. Thank you to the panel. Yes, let's give them a hand. I am Jeff. What's that? This is where the revolt happens, Jeff. Now there's this afternoon, those that can stay, we're going to really be talking on, and like you say, I know you probably can't stay, but if you can, but that's Trail Town. It's one of the mechanisms where we can get into those businesses so we can get these messages out, and we'll have other openings too. But if you didn't buy a meal ticket, there's an hour and a half here that you can go. There's like a gazillion places to go down.
Already know.
Oh, there's some envelopes, some people that haven't picked up their stuff yet? Okay, the lunch is in the room next door. There'll be somebody there to pick up the tickets.
How can somebody that just spent
about 5 minutes so we can start the drawing so that before you leave, we got the papers up so you know if you won or not. So check with Jeff in the back, please. And we'll hit that one more time. Thank you. All right, let's get that work done, huh?
Is there a, oh, there he is. A very special Hank guy. He keeps changing his title on me, and I can't remember what the latest is. Did it? Adam, did it queue up okay? Yes, that's all right. If we've got everybody getting back in here. We have some handouts. Oops, late breaking news. This just in. Oh, an accident on the ticket. All right. Hope everybody, I'm trying to get a feel for how many people didn't make it back from lunch yet. Hopefully everybody, Stretch is here, so it's ready to go. Stretch, there's a question been asked. I wonder if you could help us. Where's our cookies for dessert, Stretch? For those that don't know, Stretch has got the reputation as he won the prize. Was that last year or the year before? Last year. Best trail cookies ever. But then what happened was the Chippewa County Club came along. So you saw what happened there. Okay. What I'd like to do is Adam's going to queue up. How many people in the room have been to our VIP ride? So a few of you have. That's great. So I thought for those that haven't been, this is another tool. It's not just for us. Especially it's not for us because I always got to clean the machines. But it's a tool. We invite all the state lawmakers. We invite our DNR folks. We've invited the DOT folks. We invite our tourism folks. But the key is, and I know John has done this, you invite people from your area to come to the VIP ride. You can say, hey, I'll meet you there. I'll take you there. Send you there. Whatever the deal is, it's to get their bottoms on the seat of an ATV or a UTV and experience what it is you want them to experience. Now, the key is we do it on a Friday. And the thought is we want them to feel comfortable feeling uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Because a lot of these folks aren't ATV riders at all or UTV riders. That's the beauty of it. So we have Rob is always our safety guy to kind of do the briefing on how to do this safely. And then how many trail patrollers have been to the VIP ride? We count on our trail patrollers to do the lead and sweep stuff. Every year we always got this little aggression thing where they get a little more, our VIPs, they get a little more comfortable with going fast. And of course the last thing we want to do is have secretary of something or other or a state senator. We had a state senator actually do one of these. I still do not know how that happened. Do you, Dan? I do not. But the good news is she was belted in. She had all the safety gear on. She was a bit embarrassed, but she came out and says, that's why you wear safety gear. But it could have gone badly. But it's a great tool, and we want you to use it. So I thought I would ask our WATVA Novus guys to hand out. If you haven't got one of these, I don't know if I have enough for everybody, or these here. Well, if you're with somebody, you can share it. But Adam's going to cue it up. This was last year at the Syracuse Park. So if you can draw your attention.
Hey everyone, Adam Harden for the Wisconsin ATV UTV Association. In this video we're going to take a look at the 2014 VIP ride, which was held at the Syracuse Recreational Park in the town of Rome, Wisconsin.
Good afternoon everyone, Greg Olson with Wisconsin ATV Association, Northwest Regional Coordinator. Welcome to the VIP ride. Wonderful facility here at Syracuse to host this ride. It gives a great opportunity to get some interaction between all the different people. I probably got a few representatives from my area. I can't think of who today, but it's just a wonderful park, and it's a great time for everybody to learn about ATVing and what we're working on. So thank you for joining us today.
It was a great day for the 2014 VIP ride. We were back at Syracuse, and it was temperature-wise, it was perfect. It was really windy that day. You'll notice that in some of the interviews in this video, where the wind just blew right through all the microphones. We had a lot of machines this year that from manufacturers: Yamaha, Polaris, Can-Am, Kawasaki, and Suzuki. Our VIPs were enjoying every one of those brands as they were out riding the trails. And we had a great meal provided by Syracuse, which everyone else enjoyed as well. And here's some shots of the food line and some great conversations that took place during the meal, which is a great time to connect with others and to learn about each other's profession and area. We had representatives from all over the state and from all different branches, either government or clubs or townships.
Ah, he's great. Nuts. He's nuts, and so's Rob.
He's past nuts.
He's past nuts.
Rob, what do you think about that?
My name is John Sonnenberg. I'm the superintendent of highways and public works for the town of Rome. We're out here at the VIP ride at Syracuse Recreational Area today. I feel the VIP ride is an excellent opportunity. The town hosts us, working along with WATVA, with the Wisconsin ATV Association. I look at it as an educational component when the legislators and their staff come out, and DNR and tourism reps, and they learn about the sport firsthand instead of just what they might have read or what they might have heard about.
So happy to be out here for the annual VIP ride with WATVA. Excellent event as always. It's great to be able to interact with so many of the legislators and the head of the DNR and different people. Getting the contacts out here has been spectacular over the past few years. And of course, WATVA is an amazing organization that is really well put together and really helps our sport in the state of Wisconsin. I wish more states had such strong organizations such as WATVA. So thank you for everything you guys do.
Guys, I'm Brady Pitts with Polaris Industries. Having a great time today out at Syracuse. Wanted to say thank you to all the local support and the dealer support and the support from the rest of the state out here with the people that can make a difference and promote this industry with consumers. So thank you.
And as everyone was getting geared up and heading out on the trails, we had a little bit of a weather incident. We had a strong gust of wind take out some of our canopies. As you can see in this video, our staff were quick to respond and get everything back in working order. But everyone else was out having fun, which is a common theme of our VIP ride and our sport. We're out having fun. We're enjoying the trails, enjoying what people that matter most to us, which is you, the riders, look forward to while riding.
So it's WATVA's VIP ride, and I know I'm with some professionals here, really. And fellas, who left you in the dust today? I mean, let's just talk about that.
Dust or the mud?
No, these guys actually taught me how to ATV, and I made it to 29 miles per hour.
Without hurting yourself.
Without hurting anybody, really. Yes. It's a blast, and you don't have to be an expert. And I tell you what, Syracuse Park and these trails, it's fantastic.
It is.
It's
Great
amazing.
Place to learn. Great place to ride.
And thank you for the safety lessons. Thank you for the driving lessons. They're pretty cool. I give them a hard time, but they're nice.
Do you find it beneficial for you and your staff to get out here and experience the sport?
Yeah, because
Just in. Okay. All right. That's true. I sprung this on him. I'm a little hesitant to walk over here that there might be something that zaps me because there's a lot of equipment in there. But you get the feel for what the VIP ride is about. So I would just highly encourage everybody to check with your regional coordinator. If you have any questions on that, get people out there. We have a luncheon that we always start with. So we feed everybody, and then we take them out and do some, if they want to learn how to ride. Like that was Stephanie Klett, the Secretary of Tourism, and she really wanted to learn how to ride. So she learned how to ride an ATV and then a UTV, and then she went riding with us. But there was lots of other dignitaries that were out there. So Brenda, you and Moose were doing the sign up that day, but did you get any feedback from anybody or at all, or once they left you, you never saw them again? So okay. Well, thank you. I know I just picked on you because you were there and you helped us, but I just can't encourage you enough that we did this as a tool for everybody, not just for us. And I'd like to thank the Trails North ATV Club. I probably said it before as I walk around here. Sorry about that, guys. But they held a different kind of VIP ride on a Saturday, and I thought you guys just did a spectacular job, and it was kind of a mini version of this, but it was just as well received. So I think Jim, is Jim in the room yet? Jim, you said every other year you think you'll probably try something like that? Okay. And that was good because, I mean, that's the northern part of the state. We pick Syracuse because it's closer to Madison, and our ultimate goal is to get policymakers out here so they understand. And I got to tell you, it works. When our legislative committee walks in, we're not professional lobbyists. That's not what we do. I'm not there as often as Kathy said. Believe me. But when you walk in, we don't usually make appointments. We just blunder in there, and they go, "Oh, it's the ATV guys. It's the fun guys." So that's really what this reputation has built us as an openness. So I guess that would be the part about that I wanted to share. Now, Greg, it's not on your agenda, but while we had everybody here, I wanted to talk about another important topic. So, Greg, you want to share about this, and maybe I can pass them out?
We annual meeting. We try to bring everybody together, but we have the regional meetings. The regional meetings are a great tool, gets local clubs together. Southwest regional meeting, Rob's area, will be June 13th at Pinelands Camp Park. The Northeast area for Terry will be July 18th at Riverview Town Hall. And the Northwest will be held in Minong this year. What we do is we approach clubs about hosting this. They take us for a ride in the morning if you haven't ever attended one. They provide a lunch for us with a free will donation to help cover their cost. And then we have the meeting in the afternoon. It's kind of cuts your travel down, but gives you a chance to interact with other clubs in your area to discuss common issues or maybe achievements or anything like that. But we feel it's important, the ride in the morning, for the local clubs just to kind of show off the hard work that they put in during the year. So thank you to all the host clubs. Chippewa last year, Russ County's hosted it. Iron River's hosted it in my area. So it's undertaking that clubs do, and we appreciate that. So keep that in mind. It's a very good time. We are handing out the flyers for it, so put it on your calendar. Pineland has camping facilities there, or is that all just seasonal? Okay, Pineland has camping. Minong has camping. I'm not sure about the Northeast. Anybody from that area? Terry's gone to that wedding. Yeah, we have camping in the area. Camping in the area at the Northeast, so you can make a whole weekend out of it and enjoy the trails. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Greg. The nice part about the regional meetings is we get a chance to ride in the morning. We're here, we got to just do all the work and watch ourselves ride at a different time. But they really are effective. We're here, we try to talk about statewide issues, and at the regionals, we obviously talk about topics that are more honed in on that region, and they are very helpful to us to get a feel for things or tools that we can provide or things that we need to do, that sort of thing. So with that out of the way, the next tool that we want to concentrate on is what I'd mentioned before, our Trail Town program. And the Trail Town, we have some information that was out there. This is we'll hold off on this a little bit, but really what it is a marketing and awareness about the friendly ATV businesses. And by that I mean, we go to, let me pick Crandon. So I'm going to go to Crandon to see Jack. We're going to go on a ride. Now I pull into the gas station. Which gas station do I go to? Or the hotel, or name whatever you're going to name. Is that person an ATV, UTV supporter? You can't put, if they're not, it's kind of hard to put no ATVs there. Hopefully you don't see those. But the first and foremost thing is to get that business owner plugged in and get marketing them in a way they haven't been marketed before. So the first thing to do is signage. We've got our, as you probably have seen, the standalone ATV friendly. We have some businesses that are both ATV and snowmobile. That was one of the changes we made, so you can pick either one. And then some of the other things that our businesses wanted parking for. It's kind of funny, when we were in talking to these businesses, they said, yeah, snowmobile season's over. We put all the storage away for the helmets and the gear and stuff. And we go, why did you do that? We wear helmets too. So it was an educational thing. So if they have that kind of storage inside, they can mark it. So this was the one that we really had a fun time with. So many of the businesses, picture yourself. You're out on the trail. Maybe you weren't riding with the secretary, but you're riding with your riding buddy and you're full of mud or dust. And you see this hotel. I keep thinking of Marinette County when I go to the Four Seasons. I go, holy smokes, I don't think I'm supposed to go in there. And there's no place to clean up. And so really the idea when we work with our business, is it okay? Dirt don't hurt, so come on in. They're ready for you. An alternative to that is over on the other side, there's a wash station where some places are setting up a place you can hose yourself off if you're full before you come in. But we don't know that unless there's signage that tells us that. So this has been our educational mode for our trailside businesses. And of course, the last one here that we have come to is our parking. How many times have you pulled into the parking lot at XYZ Resort? And are you supposed to park where the cars are? Or do you have places set aside that you want us ATVs? Don't know. So again, more signage to tell the visitor what it is the business would like, so it keeps everybody happy. So that's really our marketing tool that way. But the key is, how does it help the business? What's in it for them? How do they attract new customers that are out of their area? Certainly they want the locals. But if I convince Bill, instead of riding Marinette County, he's going to go up to the northwest. You're going to defect to the northwest. You're going to go see Michelle in Washburn. How do I know where to stay and all that kind of stuff? You can look. You can find it online. It's on Travel Wisconsin. That's there too. But you guys have probably seen our pretty extensive map book that our VV mapping folks have provided for us. And so the first thing, this is brand new, just came out in 2015. So we have the Trail Town friendly businesses listed. Every time we add a new business, it gets added right there. It's they don't print these in big quantity, they print them on demand. So when we add one, we added Donnie, the store where you work is now a Trail Town, and Trigo is a Trail Town, the dealership there. So we have it listed by camping, dealership, food, information activity, that sort of thing. And then when you go to the certain page, obviously then, I don't have one pulled up here, but you'll see the symbol right there. So the people that are planning the rides know where all that kind of stuff is. So that's part of the promotional. We put them in the back of Trailtail magazine. You've probably seen it in the back section, where we now have 30 businesses that have jumped on board. And we got more lined up all the time. We're sending out a service and sales team. Because I know I was up. Is Michelle in the room? Is she back? But remember, I went up there, and one of the questions our clubs had was, hey, are you expecting us to do this? And the answer is no, but we certainly would like you to refer people if you're comfortable doing it once you understand what it is. But we have people that we are going to, and I'm going to be looking for some more people. Oh, all right. So we're going to show the next part of that. I'm ready for it. So I'll just keep explaining that besides in the map book, this is the trailtown.org website. So each of those same businesses are listed and pinpointed there. You can then hone in on them, bring them down in. And there you have it. I'll tell you, we were up in White Lake. It was a blast up there. That's why I can't wait to go back there as we were doing the presentation to the businesses up there. Now, do you want to also show the Facebook portion, or you just want to stay at the website? We're on our own Facebook. We got Trailtown on the website. That's fine. It's just so you know that that's the other way that we're presenting this. So the magazine, our website, it's its own website, because Trailtown right now is ATV, UTV. You've seen we were already looking in on the snow side. We'll probably be working with some motorcycle if it goes to that, but that's why we wanted to have its separate entity, so that it's not a WATVA thing. It is if it's under the ATV. So I'm now getting the cue for the Facebook page. So it's got its own Trailtown Facebook. You can start to see some of the businesses there. We're putting videos up. A lot of the places, if we have the space there and the time, we got some videos they can add to that. That's an add-on. So again, it just gives you a view of the GPS location's in there. Yeah, that is the only there's two requirements. One that we make they got to be on a trailer route, legal trailer route that's the qualifying. I don't know how to say the second. I mean, if it's Joe's dump site and it just doesn't fit with what we think our riders want to be in, we're probably not going to go into there. We want a good establishment that meets our vision, mission, and purpose. So the cost of that to a non-dealership is $350 a year, which includes their membership, their business membership, gets them in our map book, website, Facebook, and then we also got a publishing guide that's going to be coming out on its own soon. We just want to add more businesses first. That when we do trade shows, that would be its own Trailtown print version. Again, it would be what the website version is, but just something like that. Our thought was we wanted to get the 25 to 30 start with and go there, but we think we have good enough, especially with that trail map book. That thing, I cannot tell you how many of these things. Oh yeah, makes the point that Greg does that the spring issue coming out in the magazine, we have that statewide map that you fold out. It will also have the Trailtown businesses that are members up to the time that we go to print with the map. So you're getting two map coverages, and then our electronic, and then our print, and then the second print piece. So it's been met. We've been trying to test on the pricing, and if anything, they have said that's pretty cheap for what they're getting. So we're pretty comfortable with where we are.
Is there any type of a discount for an entire town or a chamber of commerce or anything?
Well, what we've offered, and we're kind of testing the market with this with Michelle up in Washburn County. If you got a tourism arm, a chamber or like that, we would offer to put that in free, but we have to have some businesses. You don't want to promote it unless you have businesses in town so they could verify. And there's no magic number, whether it's 6 or 5 or 10 or whatever. But again, you don't want to promote at Trailtown and you got one business. It'd be kind of a deal. So it's a new program in that regard, so we're building that as we go. Holly.
You have a myriad of signs.
Yes, we have signs, yes.
You have $350.
They get what they get for the $350 is they'll get one of these too.
And then the others
they would have to buy those. We get some decals that we give to them in the window as well. And we also, you should note that funny little C letter up here. We copyrighted this thing so that we could control the content of it. So it is, I guess that's all I can say. It's copyrighted. So if it doesn't come through our Trailtown version, it's not ours. So we'll send the Trailtown police out. That's Hank. Special agent, Hank. So, the whole thing is tying in our businesses in a better way. There's something in it for them. At the same time, becoming a distribution center for the kind of information that we have to do. And the signing that goes along with it kind of gets everybody in line as how we sign our trails and routes, hopefully, that we start getting some consistency. I have a question back here from Sue. A dealership, I believe, is $425, I think. Yeah, and the reason is a dealership, what we figure is the base price for a business is $50 a year, but a dealership, where's Lee at? Yeah, he was the one that says we were underselling it too. So they're paying $125 for what it is that we do. So yeah. Mark suggested that we charge double now to the Van Zeelens. In jest. Okay, so that's really the package. It's fairly simple. We wanted to keep it simple. We're heading back out. This winter is kind of weird, so we kind of held off in the winter time, but we're going to be hitting the spring again. I am looking for some folks up in the Northwest that you could talk to me or Adam, and we could line something up. Terry may be heading up that way a little bit. Greg was helping out to get us started. But we want to hit the state. And that's why we were careful. We wanted to hit all four corners when we launched it. So in our 30, we do have some businesses in all the regions. Now we want to go back and fill them in. And again, the whole message is not to sell them something. The idea is to get them to trust us, build a relationship. Then we can get this information out to them back and forth. That's the whole purpose of the thing to start with. So we have the dealers. You might know in the magazine, it's called Premier Dealership. So we have some dealers. Our Three Lakes Club. Where's our Three Lakes Club at? Well, besides Mark, I knew you were there. But the dealership there that Lisa and Joel are part of, they took this Premier Dealership where the dealership prepays for 10 memberships at a time, and we give them a discount because they're doing the work to get the word out about WATVA. Then once they do the transaction, it comes to us, we send them their membership card. Renewals come, we handle all that. They don't have to, the dealerships don't have to handle that. But the one places we can't get into is our dealerships and our businesses, so that's the two programs that we're working. Now the Trailtown is a variation. Some of our Premier dealers want to be a Trailtown as well, so we can make that work. Also on the Premier Dealership, we have some Premier businesses now we tried. Some of the businesses out on the trail says, I'm not a dealership, but I would buy 10 memberships, and I would either sell them or give them away. A lot of the dealers, and I will say this about Lee Van Zeelen, he actually is giving the memberships away. We made it so they could sell it or they could give it away, and the majority of them who have it are giving them away. Yeah, good. So anyway, that's kind of our package of how we're going to continue our focus into the trail side businesses and the businesses that are related to what it is we all do. The Trailtown, what we'd really appreciate, before we get into that, here's a new next version of this. See how that looks over there? I know, but I got to hold something. I can't just stand staticky. I got to move around. But some of the issue we have with trail route signs is, as mentioned, we don't have a real desire to have Greg and Randy and Hank going on a ride up to Hayward, and then we end up at Donnie's dead-end street that's marked there. That's not the intent, I believe, of Hayward's queue. So the idea of a preferred route sign, it's a secondary sign. It's not made to replace the route sign. You still have to have it. It's an additional sign that says this is where, if it's the clubs up there, or the city, whoever, says this is where we want our visitors to go. from this business to that business back out to the trailhead. So to and from the trailheads, to and from the businesses, the preferred route. So that's what this new program is. Funny thing, we went into I don't think we brought this to the governor's office, but we brought it to the secretary's office and said, we're looking around and we can't figure out DOT, DNR on this sign thing. I certainly, though our team doesn't want to go to jail, but we think this additional, well, except for you, you already have been there. But the idea is we wanted to, how do you start a new sign? And so again, if we were replacing one, that would be different, but we're adding an additional informational sign. So that's what the preferred route sign is, and we've queued it up under Trail Town. Again, the idea is we think it would go to the businesses that would be there, although this could be any of them. That's how we've tried to keep some consistency. Does that make sense?
The other thing, where Jeff and I are located, and Tony and Nat, some of our townships, even though the whole township is open, want a preferred route through the township. They don't want people hilly-milly all over, because we're connecting Pierce County to St. Croix County to the trails in Polk County. So they want a direct route, and that's where we see it to be used, to give the rider that direct route.
This would be a good time to ask other folks. Oh, so why don't we watch the PowerPoint? Okay, we can expand on it a little more. Then after you see this, I forgot we did this. So there it is. A preferred route is designated to overlap an already established road route with the intent of helping riders to navigate to or from the service or the trailhead. There's an example right there. I know it'd be hard to see from the back, but on our VV mapping layer there, you'll see the goldenrod color, yellow. That's a trail. And then, of course, the green. This is the other thing that VV mapping is going to do. As soon as we get the preferred route application as submitted by the club and or the municipality, we will put it in the map book as a preferred route. So that's the new designation that you'll see in the map book, in the statewide map book, as that. So again, if you're going to bring visitors to Three Lakes, you want them to go to the businesses. I'm a little nervous that they're turning out like that. Oh, okay. All right, so what else do we have there, Adam, that we've set up? So let's go to the next sign. You'll see it up here. Now this one we don't have one here in physical in hand, and that's because the numbers are going to change. And where's Skip? Is Skip in the room, or did he leave? I say that because Skip has been working on a series of signage. But the idea here is, folks, how many in the snowmobile world know what a corridor is, that blue sign corridor? We do not want to use and confuse people even more by having an ATV corridor because the riding areas and differences. So our map guy, our VV mapping guy, said come up with something different. And so Trailway, we've had, what was our other one? We had to come up with a weird name. Yeah, but we ended up with Trailway. Now we know there's some other names that are used on Trailway, but for instance, he just grabbed the number. So a trailway is a trail town trailway is designed to overlap an already established trail system, which may include road routes, with the intent to help riders navigate from town to town. So people are constantly saying, how do I get from Gillette to Florence? They go, well, you buy the map. Well, then they call the second day. I don't get this. I go, well, when you get there, get the local map. It's a couple bucks, you can see it, but they don't. So you know what? That's what corridors were for. And when we did the research on who came up with snowmobile corridors, whose idea was that? It was all like, I don't know. Everybody looks at each other. I don't know, but it works. Huh? Yeah, but the kicker on the trailway is somebody's got to inventory it. That's the big challenge. So VV mapping and us, and again, that's the relationship we have with VV mapping, is we will inventory them, but we're going to need you folks to tell us what the trailways are. And the difference between a corridor, I don't believe, tell me snowmobile world, I don't think corridors go on roads ever, do they? They're always trails. Well, we're going to have, yeah. And again, we're not road routes or whatever, but the idea of road routes is to get from town to town, town to service, trailhead to service. So there may be a portion of a route that's a trailway, if it's how you get there. So here's the example, as Adam quickly points out to me. I know you can't see it from there, but the example we used was Gillett, Wisconsin, and Oconto County up to Tipler, I think you had on there, up in Florence County. And there are a couple of road routes, not a lot, but that would be the trailway that will come up with the numbers. Now on the left, lower left, was that in the slide before? So I didn't get to that yet. So on the lower left, whatever the number is, it's ATV, UTV. And then the SW, summer or summer, winter. So I doubt that we'll have winter only. Probably just summer or summer, winter. So that's where we're starting out with this one. And like I say, the hardest part on that will be the inventory of what 101 is. We don't have 2 Trailway 101s. Somebody's got to coordinate that we have that. So we have those 2 we presented to different folks at the department. Seemed like everybody was like, somebody's got to do this, so it makes sense that you do it. So we are doing it. Yeah, I mean, as much as you can say the most direct route. I mean, if there's a way to get there that you stay on dirt more, I would say we'd probably do that, but whatever. We're going to count on the local folks to tell us what that way is. I have any questions? Man, it's tough after lunch to do this. Pat?
Yeah, do you number these then the same as like interstates where odd numbers are?
Yes. Yep. We're going to follow a lot of the highway signage for odd and even. Yes. Well, hold on. Okay, so everybody heard the question. Are we going to use the numbering system like interstates for even numbers go north and south, odd numbers, or whatever? Yeah, whatever. However, the interstate, that's how we're doing it. This is why I guess Adam doesn't let me drive. All right, next question. Yes.
Typically with the corridor system, even numbers east-west, odd numbers north-south, with the snowmobile community, we have snowmobile maps, which a lot of visitors to the state or a lot of state residents use to lay out their trips. And when you get out on the trails, a lot of the clubs use the corridors. They mark all the intersections, which way to go. A lot of clubs do not do that, and they mark which way to the nearest tavern, which becomes a problem because as all of our safety instructors here know, our accidents occur with speed and alcohol. When people get lost, they tend to speed up, and if the signage leads them to the nearest tavern instead of the nearest town or following the corridor, it becomes a problem. So we need to be careful as we do our signing that we guide our people according to the mapping.
I agree, Mark. Can everybody hear that? We need to get another microphone now. You made this one, so I can't do the other one. So can we use the other one now? Which one? Thank you. We rehearsed this extensively. Mark. Okay. So did everybody hear the question over here about the signage and being careful? And again, we are going to go to community, the business part will be Trail Town. And one of the relationships that you bring that up, we are concerned about drinking and driving and the issue that it has. But that's why we built that and forged that relationship with the Tavern League. We were quite surprised. I would say Hank, myself, Rob, was Lee with us that trip? Lee, yeah. So I think we'd all agree that we didn't know anything about the Tavern League's quest, because it's not very good business for them when people leave their bar and die in an accident. They don't want that either, the responsible ones. So they came up with that safe, am I saying it right, the safe ride? And what that is they have monies available to them to call a way home for a person that's shouldn't be driving. And that would apply to ATVs and UTVs. That was the question we had to them once they educated us on what their program was, because we went in there asking about legislation. And so then they go, hey, here's what we've done. And they showed us the numbers of how it has changed the mortality rate on drunk driving using that program. And that's what I said, well, we better latch on to that then. And they are offering to do that. So that's why we had them here. That was the investigation. So long-winded answer. No, we're not. I don't foresee us doing a business there, although there certainly can be a tavern in a trail town. That's not the issue. So, okay. Did I answer your question, or did we address your concern? Hold on.
The issue is going to be that as we start signing our trails and our routes, that we do it accurately, that anybody following our trails or our routes know that they're on it, because that's probably how they laid their trips out. Not that they come to an intersection and straight left or right, and they don't know which way the trailway or the preferred route goes to get to the next town. And they end up at a tavern, which is okay because it's a meal, and there might be information there, but there may also not be information there. How many people in this room are also snowmobilers? Okay. Now, when you ride in your own area, it's never an issue because you know exactly where you're going. When you ride across the state, you have issues with some other areas which put a focus perhaps on the business establishments to get to ABC or XYZ Tavern, which is okay for a warm-up or a chili or whatever, but it's not necessarily where you wanted to go to be on your time schedule to get to your next destination on your planned trip. So as we sign our trails or our routes, we need to make sure that we are accurate and lead people along the way that they had planned to go when they laid out their trips. Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you. I want to scan over to this. This is something that we put together on the preferred route application. Want me to just get closer, or you want to zoom? I will. So suggested placements there and spacing suggestions, all part of the application there. So again, this is a new program. It's out of the chute. We anticipate there will be some adjustments that we have to make, but this would be a good time to in a little bit here, we'll answer some more questions, and then we can pass out these applications. Anything else we want to make? Yes. Hi, Rod.
Hi, Rod Abbas from Trails North ATV Club. The $350 startup thing, I understand that's for, okay, they get one sign and then they got to purchase more signs?
If they want more signs.
Okay. As years go on, and this is $350 a year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
As years go on, signs wear out, they have to purchase more signs, or when they buy them, is that $350 maintain the signs for them?
Yeah, at this point, again, it's new, so at this point we think, we got some fairly, 10-year aluminum, so I think it's going to last quite a number of years, but I'd like to say I can answer that definitively, but I can't once you get beyond 5 years.
So when they ask us
I mean,
that
the signs
question,
aren't that costly, but they're like $25.
we give them your phone number, or?
Yeah, no, everything. We don't want you guys to get caught in that.
Okay.
Remember, I changed my number to Dave's. Dan, or here's a question with here and then over to Dan. Yes, Jim.
You showed the sign there with the preferred trail rider, preferred trail on top of the ATV route sign. Is there a reason for that?
No,
I'm typically thinking that we're going to want to put them underneath.
Underneath is fine. Anywhere. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. And Dan.
It belongs below the route sign.
Say that again?
Your preferred sign is not the number one sign. It belongs below the route sign.
Right.
The DNR is going to tell you that. But
they already did.
On your map up here on the wall, Randy, is that just trails?
No, on the maps that you see on both sides, the goldenrod are the dirt trails. That's that 2,000 miles. All the red are road routes that we have in our system. That's that 10,000 miles plus of road routes. So that's what makes the 12,000 miles of network. So if anybody has any question on those, it's the same as we sent out last year, except this is the latest one that just came out. Anybody, and we don't pretend to have all the routes. If you want yours added and it's not on there, let us know. But again, I don't think too many of our clubs wanted the dead-end streets to their house. They wanted the preferred routes, so we needed to come up with that. Jeremy, on VV Mapping, was already coming up with some version of it, so it was a relief to him, because he doesn't really want to be putting the dead end to Dan's house on the map. The preferred routes would be the alternative.
Don had a Snowville corner map that he gave us, so we got one for reference.
Okay. I would guess that Don would have a map. He is Mr. Map, which is a good thing. Any other questions on that or concerns? Yes. Mark, hold on just a sec.
On the Trailway program, and I understand you guys are going to inventory them and keep track of all that. Who's going to decide when a numbered one starts and where it ends? And
well, it would be like we may have one from Gillett to Tipler, and then there may be a completion further south. So it'd be like an interstate highway where you add it.
Be a continuation.
So you would just keep adding it onto that if it's part of the contiguous system. So.
Do you ever intend to incorporate this with something like Google Maps?
I'm looking to Adam. It is a process that we are using some on the Trail Town on there, but it's probably in the future, because wherever the trend goes, we go. Well, not exactly. I shouldn't say that. I should qualify that. If it fits our vision, mission, and purpose. Yes,
hey,
Mr. John.
I took just a quick peek now at that map that's on the wall over in our area, and it in fact does have most all of the dead-end roads on it, at least in northern Oconto County.
Right.
So I guess my suggestion would be the major riding loops, if you will. Maybe there could be a way to outline those in a different color.
Well, and that is what's going to happen on the map book. They will have their own designation as preferred route. It's just that it doesn't exist. This is the unveiling. So that map came out before, but that is what would take its place.
And this is what was reported to Jeremy.
Yeah. And Jeremy still may keep that on there if people want it on there, but I think everybody's going to gravitate to the preferred routes. So, yeah, it'll be its own color and its different layer level in the map books, which would include that state map. So, again, we're trying to. Anybody that says the ATV access law hasn't passed, that's true. But it has passed unofficially. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's what it is in some parts of the state. This is made to try to alleviate the problem that way without doing away with all route signs. Now, some people may want that, but that creates another ball of wax that we just can't have in areas. So,
not to beat this to death, but is the Trailway going to be a separate color in the map?
yes, Trailway will be different than preferred route. Yep, it'll be that color that you saw there. Yeah, well, preferred route. When the Trailway, if it's going to hit the road, then the color we're going to probably go green. Is that what we decided? We're still, if we will, but the thought was we're looking at other like bicycle things and trail, circle route tours, that kind of stuff. Whether we want to change the color or not, because this is not designated. This is an informational sign. That's what we're trying to designate. So we're still. Going to have an answer. We'll have an answer when you're ready to go. No. Well, if you fill out this application, which is the time, again, the preferred routes is rocking. It's like I said, we stopped in and we're going to go. So we can pass these out now if you want, if you haven't got one. And what it is, very simply put, is you guys telling us what the preferred routes are that you want. Now, on some of these, got to validate, obviously, some of the information they have there. So you don't necessarily, if there's a space, that doesn't mean you have to fill it out. It's just to generically get us the information. We even put a map data, map information, all the way from stick people sketching to writing it all down. So then we'll have to review that, and that's what our regional coordinators will help with. So it's the starting point. I actually even have 100 signs if you want to get started, but we need to have the information first. So that is our quest. Now I know it's another sign to purchase. We get that. But I think it's been heard everywhere that as much as signing is, we got to, if we're going to direct people to where we want them to go, we got to have the proper signing. So that's what we're trying to find some answers for. So any other questions or good questions? I've just seen if Mark is drawing his handcuffs to put Rob in as he comes back there. If you see any issue with that at all, guys? And I don't know if April's around or Gary, but I talked to some. But like I said, we talked to the secretary's office first. We wanted to make sure that there wasn't an issue, and then we're going to tiptoe through this and keep going. I believe that is, I think it's $550 is the sign for the aluminum. Nope, there's no cost at all. The Trail Town is, I mean, that the Trailway won't be any cost either. Trail Town is for the businesses, but the Trailway is our version of a corridor. And again, Jeremy wanted to be sure that we do not call it the same thing and add to the confusion layer. And I'd say if you guys haven't, Pat, Losey, Pat, I mean, you guys were working with Jeremy. I just can't say enough good things about Jeremy Valley. He just gives us information. And that was the other thing. You might have saw it on Facebook. He can get us, if you're doing planning, and you got 2 or 3 counties or 1 county, whatever, and you need the data for planning, Jeremy has been kind enough at this point to give us that data. We print it on that size over there, and you can use it in your planning meetings. Just let us know. Yes. Yeah. Now let's go back to Trail Town while we're handing out stuff. I don't know if Mike's in the room yet, but we're keeping the forestry industry in business. But this is a Trail Town referral, business referral. So all we ask you here, if you know somebody that you're comfortable, you think they would like to be interested in knowing more about it, it's just the name of it, where they're located. You don't have to put why you like them, but if you want to, you can. And if you know the name of the owner, that's fine. And there's 2 different references there. And then if you want your name and contact information, put it there. And if you don't, that's fine too. But it's just a opportunity to get more people that you think would want to be in our Trail Town program, differently from the preferred routes and the trailways. So, no. Well, just kidding. You know us sales guys. You're an old sales guy. You don't ask if you don't get. And again, there's no pressure on there. Just we don't know people that may want to be in there, and that's what we found. These were all cold calls, I might add. Just dropped in. I don't know if Mike's still in the room from Animal Bear Trail, but just dropped in and you show them. That's how we tested it out. He says, man, I want somebody to promote me. You guys are the ones. So that's what we did. All right. Any other questions on that? It's a tough gig after lunch. It really is. Napping, I know. Somebody. As Adam is showing there, back to the Trail Town, this is Animal Bear Trail. We do take multiple pictures, because I think Sarah brought it up from tourism, and Jeff would probably concur that without pictures, it's really hard for Joe consumer to know if he or she wants to go there. So that's all part of the sales and service part when we get there. So what you're seeing on the screen. And there is a Google map right there of that portion on how you get there. I think that's Jim Wisniewski's ATV out there right there. I see it from above. All right. Any other questions? Good points. What time is it? Is it time for a break or we need to keep going? Boy, you guys have persevered with me all day. Why don't we take a break?
On behalf of WATVA, I want to give a big thank you. We raised $1,170 on the raffle. Jeff has if you go outside both doors, turn to your left, there's sheets hanging on the back side of this room with the numbers and corresponding prizes. But again, on behalf of WATVA, thank you very much for making that a successful raffle.
So why don't we take a 10-minute break and we'll reset. kind of see the program we put together, there's travel involved, and somebody's got to buy gas and stay. So we feel we're on the low end of stuff. We had some lower ends, we had some higher end, and that was the idea of pilot testing. Our goal was to get 25 businesses in and see how it was. And like I say, we went from 25 to 30, ended up last year, and now we got to get back out and hit the road. So to put this service team in play, I don't know where's Lee at? Did he leave? I mean, Lee was part of the team of how we make this self-generating, because there is no supplement. And if we're going to get quality people, we got to put the package together that works. So that was the package. I understand, just like with trail patrolling, we don't affect everybody, do we? We affect a certain group, and we got this certain group that we have to be at. So I look to our business folks to help us make that recommendation. And like I say, it's been an astounding first year success from our point of view to start with, and we're launching second one. So we understand, I mean, nothing is for everybody, right? Every trail to everybody is not for everybody. Every machine's not for everybody. It is the package that we go with. So somebody asked me, I think it was Rod, said, hey, if we could get 15 or 10 businesses together and you talk at once, well, maybe that's something. I don't have to make 15 trips, but I don't know. How do you guarantee they're going to buy? so we're flexible on any of that stuff. And same with the Trailway, going to the other package. You got some information, get it to us, and we will start looking at it. It's not that we aren't focusing on Trailway, but we wanted to launch the preferred routes right away. But if you got the information on Trailway, we'll start looking at them. Well, see, no other questions. Oh, wait a minute. Rondi Bruin has a question or comment. Hold on. Oh, one of those capitalists hit on it, yes. It had to work eventually. Lee's a pretty successful guy, so we trust his judgment on there. All right, one of the other tools. Did I catch all the ones we were talking about? Oh, yeah. We talked about these some in our regional meetings, but the summer, sorry, I keep changing on you. So this is supposed to start taking the place of our confidence markers. So it'd be a summer, a winter, or a summer-winter trail. So I think they're pretty self-explained. Just want to get people aware to start using those as replace them as they come up with those three signs, one of the three. So any questions on that? It's one of those things, everybody came up with a new sign and then we forgot to tell you. So that's what we got to keep doing. All right, one of those tools that how many people have been watching our YouTube Idle Chat or Trail Tales TV? Is there anybody in this room? Well, there's a few. So some of our footage that we're getting for other things is the drone. So I'm going to give you the drone. with them, and it better be entertaining, and it better not require a lot of concentration. So we're thinking, besides the use that we're getting out of these, that it will be a way to get our message out in a different way than it hasn't been working. We cannot reach 330,000 people, one person at a time, and get the message out. We got to figure out a way to get it out and broadcast it. And this is one of the tools that I think will get us there and help get us there. And in the interim, it is a great promotional tool. All right, legislative updates. Special Agent Hank. We haven't done a lot of, well, let me take it back. We got some corrections. We work with our agency folks on things that need to be, when you introduce legislation, it's rarely ever, if ever, perfect. You got to pass the bill to know what's in the bill. Remember that? Well, some of that's actually true. It's all in legal jargon. And you think you make one change and you think it's only going to affect 2 other things, and then you find out it affected 6 other things that nobody thought about. So it's an imperfect, I wouldn't even call it a science, a crapshoot. It's more of a description, as hard as you try, but it's all written in legalese. So we have a fair number of cleanup things that we have had on our docket for a while. But when you're not a paid lobbyist, as we are not, you only get so many legislative kicks at the cat. So we have to prioritize constantly how we're going to exercise our legislative clout. We hear from you guys. That's why we do regionals. That's why we do this. This is what we try and listen to. Things and trends that you're running into, but we do the same thing with our agencies we work with. What are things you're running into? Because everybody's got to run the program together. It's one family. So we've got a number of cleanup tasks in front of us that are almost boring in some regards, that we're trying to get finished because we don't have a lot of stuff on the docket that way. We've been pretty aggressive the last few years with legislative changes that we talked about in our Trail Patrol workshop yesterday. The youth bill and the UTV bill was a huge one. We've been working here listening on the motorcycle one to make sure that those two mesh properly and there aren't any issues. So are there any others, Hank, on there that you can think of? Hank always inventories our priorities, so only one person's keeping track of this, so we don't have 10 different notes going around. So, okay, the landowner incentive program. How many people have never heard of that? That was originally a landowner incentive program. Was a way originally we took the non-resident trail pass money and we asked legislators to put it in a fund to buy goodwill, if you will. So I go to the farmer and I say, we would like to use 4 miles of your trail, of your land, to put a trail easement through. And it paid a rate per mile if it was 3 months. It was a different rate if it was 6 months, and it was yet another rate if it was 12 months. We had originally planned Shawano County and Marquette County. We had some farms ready to go, or some private properties that we thought it was going to work on. For one reason or another, it fell through the club, so we never used it. So this money, the problem is it isn't enough money for the landowner to really make it worth their while. And we had to be careful because we got that liability protection thing. Ernie called it, everybody calls it the cherry or the berry picking law. So if we paid too much money, there would be a liability asset in there. So what we're instead, we've got it, it's drafted up, isn't it? It's not ready for introduction, but we had it drafted when Joe Lipon was still in office. And we would then take the non-resident trail pass money and actually start to, and you heard Diane talking about it, you can do it in some statute now, but we think that would be better spent buying land, buying that easements, so you don't have to worry about getting payments. So that's the concept. We just haven't got a sponsor. And in fact, with this new legislature, our go-to guy was my state senator who tried to become a U.S. congressman who's now a lobbyist. He didn't make it. So we are still picking our new lawmakers that way. We do have a little glitch. We're not excited about it yet. We think we can fix it. We're pretty confident. I mentioned it yesterday. The authority that we have, that is our Ride Smart program, it's more than the Trail Patrol program, but it's the backbone of how we work. We got lumped in. Boy, this is really tough to do without people falling asleep. Our state budget is 1,800 pages long. Pass the bill, you'll see what's in the bill. It's huge. It's $68 billion, everything. So there's a lot of stuff in there. I think it's 5 words are in there that took and lumped our program, our Ride Smart program, our safety enhancement program that we use, and it repealed it along with 12 others. And we got lumped into this group unfairly, as we feel. And so we started going down to our joint finance members and explaining it, and they didn't know what it was either. And that's why we're not excited about it just yet. We're uncomfortable, but we're not excited because every one of them goes, well, that's dumb. This isn't that. Why did you get lumped into there? So we're asking them to repeal the repeal, line it out. And so the next couple of weeks, we should find out if they're going to be able to do that. Every one of them we've talked to said they were like, how did this get in there? Why did that happen? So we're fairly confident that we will be in good shape. If not, the reason I mention that, we will then, the alternative to this is hit the old siren alarm and say, call in, mayday, mayday. That's just not how we tend to work. You guys know that. This just approach this sensibly. And like I say, every lawmaker we've talked to was like, couldn't believe that it got lumped in there is what we found. So I just mentioned that just in case. So, Hank. Yeah. You heard us talking about routes, you heard us talking about trails, and you probably at some time that crazy new word trout, which is a combination. It's a dirt road that looks like a trail, but there's cars that can go on it. So therefore, that was that new word trout. You want to say a piece here, Hank? I am drawing there. So the trout definition has been ongoing. I know Mike was in here for how many? 7, 8 years we've been working it, and the old "it's not perfect till it happens." So anyway, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Basically, we thought we had the situation handled early on, and to get funding for some of the U.S. Forest Service roads. We went through a rather large process of coming up with some changes in the code. And after we got all done with it, and we thought we had everything handled, it seemed that we didn't really cover what we wanted to get covered. So we talked with the ORV Council. ORV Council developed a ad hoc committee to try and come up with a solution. We've met a couple different times, and now it seems that the ad hoc committee, along with the help of the DNR, has been able to come up with a change that is enactable without having to change statute or code. And the ad hoc committee is going to bring this presentation of the definition to the ORV Council in the next session, and hopefully we'll be able to get that passed, and then proceed with possible funding then for U.S. Forest Service roads under this trial program. It's not a full funding of the $600 that would normally be handled for trail maintenance, but it would be a half of that because these are non-tax roads, but there's still like a trail. Most of them are gravel, and it's a situation we don't want to lose. We don't want to be in a situation where the Forest Service isn't able to open up new trails because we don't have funding, and especially in the northern part of the state where we've got the Nicolet and the Chequamegon, and it's important to hook that into some of the new developing trails like in Vilas County and of course out in the western part of the state. So hopefully there's light at the end of the tunnel, and maybe it's not the train. So I think we'll be there.
like to mention Jim Wisniewski's help in helping us come to some answers to that thing. Like everything else, it's not as easy as it first thinks it is. So, did we miss any, Rob or Lee? Did we miss any? Or
Sally, you want to come up, please?
Don't worry, it's not going to be long. Hello. Oh, thank you. Hello, my name is Sally Mulholland. I am the White Lake ATV Club Vice President and also PR for the White Lake ATV Club. And he also helped me work to develop the Anigo ATV Club, and he worked hard on that one because that was rough going. But because of all of this, I want him to be recognized. So, and I'm a little nervous, and I had to write it because I didn't want to screw up. So bear with me. My name is Sally Mahone. I am the Vice President in Public Relations of the White Lake ATV Club. WATVA has always helped our club with any problems we had in developing trails and with any legal concerns we had. They were always ready to help us in any way they could. For this, the White Lake ATV Club would like to express our gratitude to Randy Harden and Terry Coplain for all the hard work they did and traveling they do to keep our sports, ATV riding, a growing sport. Thank you, Randy Harden and Terry Coplain. We present you, and sorry, but Terry couldn't be here, but you can give it to him, a plaque in our appreciation.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wow, this was a good blindside. Thank you, Sally.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it. Might have noticed Terry's absence. He wasn't going to go where he was going, but his wife convinced him that he should. But his son is getting married today, so he had to run down there, but he's running back. That's how much he likes this sport. So you can give him counseling. He's a professional counselor. He might need counseling for that move. I don't know that I would have the guts to do that. But I will give that to him. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I guess we got a few minutes. We do it tomorrow, but always tomorrow is a lesser turnout. But we are open forum, things that you may need. Concerned, if we need to write this down, guys and gals, we'll capture that.
Don Morotic, Sawyer County Snowmobile ATV Alliance. And going back to the access ordinance, we were just in that, and I was wondering, are we looking at anything and trying to get the access ordinance for ATVs again? I know snowmobiles have it. It's been a big thing. It's not so critical down in the southern part of the state, but for the northern part of the state, it's huge for us. You know, if we could have the access ordinance. What I'm seeing right now is a lot of townships are opening up all their town roads so the residents have access. Where now you got to sign everything. It gets very complicated there.
I do understand that. There's no move. The concern or the difference is if it would snow everywhere, there's 24,000 miles of trails across Wisconsin. But of course, the snowmobiler's not going to go out if there's no snow. But we've got how many miles of trail? I said the network, but we've got 2,000 miles. So if you pass a state law in the north, it has an effect on the south. So the no signs at all, while might be great in a rural area, can create havoc in a heavily populated area where they are doing this. So really our step with the preferred route was a step in a direction to help solve some of that. So I think every time we look at it, when you look at the difference between the two programs, it doesn't work statewide as it would on snowmobiling and the short season versus the long season and the kids riding on the roads. And so that's why we haven't seen anything, and we're concerned about some of those things when it does it statewide. So again, locally you can fix that, and what you're telling me is true. And I even said it. I recognize, even though it's not an official access bill, there are communities we know that have that. And again, that's what some of this program is, to help alleviate that pressure. But it's just too big of to dump all the signs when you only got 2,000 miles of trail. And then you've heard the issues and the challenges we have with, I'll go on record for the third time, WATVA absolutely supports some good routes. We have to have routes. What was I doing in Antigo? Working toward some routes that hook to the program. So we're not against routes. It's just that creates some other issues. And when you say one thing leads to another thing, the snowmobile ATV program are different there. So that's where we're at. I haven't seen anything in a traditional way that would make it seem that it's going to work across the state. Again, rural area, I get that.
Yeah.
But when you do a state statute, it's for everybody.
Right.
So.
But I guess I'm looking at 75% of the ATV trails are in the northern part of the state. And, the northern part of the state needs that access ordinance. We don't need to sign every town road.
Yeah, but
you've got a lot of townships that are passing.
We got trails in the
laws.
southern part too, and they're trying to. In fact, we got our southern guys right here. They are working their butts off for it. So we do have trails down there. So, I appreciate you guys being here. By the way, we've been working a lot there with some more routes to get some trails too. So, anyway, that's what I can tell you about that now. I don't have a definitive answer other than we don't have anything on it.
Little side note, thank you to Don and to Sue. I was invited to the VIP ride for the AWSC this winter. Had a wonderful time. Thank you very much for that. So they did drag me over to the dark side for a little bit.
Rod had a question back there. The dark side? What was it at, Don? That's just the other side. Oh, you took...
Randy, where is WATVA at this point as far as getting with the National Forest people on opening up the width requirement in their forest?
Okay. Did Jeff leave? Our Forest Service? Yeah, I don't want to. He's new in the program. I don't know if Frank even knows him. Jeff Mell, Lands and Recreation Program Manager. So I don't want to step on his toe, but he must have left. Okay, where are we at on the 65 inches? I think is what Rod's talking about. The Forest Service has been keeping in touch with us, and Ranger District by Ranger District. I just saw some updates on that actually. Yeah, so it's coming to place. It's a matter of dollars and cents. It's kind of a funny story. Audrey and Frank and I were talking. There was a national appeal. Forest Service understood that it was too, I'm putting words in their mouth, bureaucratic to figure out how to get volunteers to help them do some work like we could do. So they recognized they needed some help on those trails that they thought would work to widen out to 65 inches. But they haven't figured out how to get the people to help them to work it again. So they're waiting for some dollars. But they have made some progress from what we've seen. Now, I keep going back to, we don't have one single mile of UTV trail. Did you guys know that? There is not 1 mile of UTV trail in this state. We have ATV trails that allow UTVs on them. Now, that's important to know. I'm just kind of splitting hairs on that. So we have to, in that case, they have to do their widening on the land base that will permit it to. They decided early on there may be some areas it just doesn't work. But we've seen a fair amount of it. I can't give you the percentage. There's 220 miles on Forest Service, 250 in the grand scheme of things. And the majority of it, like I say, I think they were going to have it. Don, in your district, most of it's open. Is that correct? The 65? So we saw that one as kind of the first district. Flambeau system in Park Falls, I think, is probably the second, going east of Park Falls. Was that the one I think that they had that pretty much done? Some parts of it. Yeah. Yeah, brushing and clearing and widening and that stuff. So it's just a matter of, like I said, I don't know that all of it will be. They look at the resource and make that decision, but the majority of it, I think it will be, or there will be alternatives. So that's what I can tell you. We get updates from them, and as everybody else does.
The southern part of the Dead Horse there in Sawyer County is being rerouted, and hopefully that'll be opening up here this fall or next summer.
Rerouted trail?
Yep, the whole trail is being rerouted, and when that gets opened up, that's supposed to be side-by-side friendly there.
Okay. And will the smaller will stay in place for the narrower?
No.
So the reroute takes it all over there.
The actual trail right now is pretty much closed there. It's not usable on the Dead Horse in Sawyer County. And then Bayfield County, they have not done their study yet for Bayfield County up north there. And there's a shortage of money for their engineer to go out and do that.
Yeah, what they do, Rod, is they inventoried the trails, and then they gave it a red, a yellow, and a green. And the red was the ones they went out and showed us what a red area looked like. And again, like Hank said, it was widening sight lines, all that stuff. And then I thought they said there were some areas that wouldn't. They didn't know if it'd work or not. Yeah, there's some spots where it would be ATV only for some areas, but majority of it, I think, it sounded like would go. So, waiting for the dollars from the feds. Any other questions?
I don't really have a question. I have a comment. And as I look out, I'm too near this speaker. As I look out, this is liable to become kind of an emotional thing for me, because I look at Mike Masudlak. He and I, of course, I'm Rondi Bruin. I'm the Vilas County chairman. And Mike and I, we stood in the Sainer Plum Lake Town Hall one night back in the stakeholders group days, and there were a group of Fruit Loops that were yelling and screaming at us. I'm embarrassed to say that most had gray hair, and they were wearing their little no ATV badge thing, and one little gal was waving her three-legged cane in the air about how these ATVers are going to run up and down the road in Sainer and chase women and drink beer. And it's funny, but you know what's really sad is that lady was serious. And so, again, we've got Mike Masudlak and myself, and of course you were sitting at the stakeholders table at that time, Randy. And then I met senior moment. Roger Flaherty from the Landover ATV group, and started along this process of trying to get some recreational opportunities, some motorized recreational opportunities in Vilas County. And it's been a long road. It started before 2004. And this is 2015, and we're just starting to make some headway. And before I forget, Phil and I were talking earlier from Tomahawk. I'd go to the VIP rides and all this other stuff, and I'd talk to these guys. And where's Jim? Jim's in here from Forest County. I'd go to the Forest Service meetings, and I'd tell Jim, don't take the signs down. Jim, there you are. Don't take the signs down in Forest County, Jim. Someday we're going to need them, because County A comes from Forest County into Vilas County through Phelps. And here we are. It started a year ago, April 2004, and some people in this room went down the voting list in Vilas County, and you know what? Tossed off the knuckleheads that were trying to block all this progress in Vilas County. They got the right people elected to the job. Here we are, 2015, and literally every month another town comes forward to the Vilas County Board and asks to use a portion of a Vilas County highway, and they're granted the permission to do it. Now, last month we got 4 towns. We've got them slots on Vilas County highways to use. This is April. In May, One of the towns is coming back to reel the vehicles off of the highway and onto the right-of-way, the trails, which is really where we want to go. My point is, I have to thank you guys, because a year ago, approximately, in Phelps and Arborvitae, you were the faces that were standing there with your little signs saying, vote yes for Vilas County. And if you guys hadn't shown up and pushed us over to the dark side, or whatever you want to call it, why, we'd still be trying to get ATVs in Vilas County. So again, I'm saying thanks to you and Mike Masudlak and Jim and Phil and Dick Decker and Darwin Losey and Corky Shepard and all these other people that are helping us push this ball down the road. I got news for you. That son of a bitch is really rolling now.
You know, this guy deserves a standing ovation. I have been under pressure at meetings, but I have never seen the pressure that guy was under as a county board chair at Arborvitae. We walked into that Arborvitae town hall, and there was no place to park. It was like, over 500 people that were hanging out the door, and we weren't quite sure if they were for or against until we started walking up. And like Ron said, I started seeing friendly faces going, yeah, you guys answered the call for this thing. So thank you, Ron. So, yes. Uh-huh.
Like that, instead of trying to do the whole statewide.
Well, like I said, you can put it up there. The line keeps moving is the problem. It used to be Highway 64, then it's Highway 29. I'm not sure where the line keeps moving, which is a good sign in some ways. So like I say, not against it. I'm just saying we haven't figured out how to make it work, but that doesn't mean we'll quit trying. So that's what I can say. Okay, is it 4:30? What would happen if we ended early? Would that ever work? But I don't. We got some great awards tonight, and we talked Vilas County, and I like it said earlier, we want to really do some accolades there. Anything else that comes up, but I think you'll enjoy the top awards for our trail ambassadors, the invaluable, the volunteers, but that's all of everybody, and it's a celebration together here of what a big group of people can do. Doesn't mean everybody agrees with everything. It's just we generally agree that we're going this direction, and we figure out how to get there. So that's what these annual things are all about. So let's, yes. Badger Army Plant, I'm going to call on Rob. I thought we could get out. I was trying to get out of here.
No. I wouldn't hold your breath that anything good's going to come out of that whole thing. They told us a year ago that last fall they would make a decision. Then last fall they told us this spring. Now this spring they told us this fall. So you tell me what that means. We have no indication one way or the other what the decision's going to be. We'll have time to comment when that decision comes out. But I haven't gotten any feedback that it's going to be a positive kind of thing that we want. Feedback I'm getting is it looks more negative than positive, but that's not in stone, and we don't have anything officially that's been sent out. So that's all I can say on that. Sorry.
One more reminder. Naomi asked me to remind you, check your tickets. There's about 8 raffle or drawing items back
tickets,
there.
Yeah. So you might have something back there?
I don't know. I haven't checked yet.
Oh. Okay. Any other topic anybody wants to fire out? Otherwise, we can still do it tomorrow. We can do it tonight, but tonight is a celebration. And so like I say, whether you're eating here or out, but we will be in the atrium for the awards banquet as well as supper. So if you're eating off property, fire yourself over here in the atrium down the hall, and that's where we'll do the awards. We're going to have a short presentation by the Kettle Moraine Club. Every year they put together a neat little deal. Pressure was really on. Connie and I decided that Tim should do it, so he's going to put a little presentation on. He always does such a good job. So we'll do that near the end of dinner, and then we'll start our awards. So thank you.